Hey guys, welcome to Pocket Saga. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Ash and Serena were reincarnated by Arceus in Sinnoh? Part 3. This story is Ash's Hisui story by the respected author Raichu. Make sure to show some love for their work. Before starting, if you are interested in Pokemon fanfictions, you can consider subscribing this channel and like this video. That keeps me motivated to upload more. Now let's dive in. As Ash, Serena, and Adaman arrive at Silene's office, Captain Silene says, "The next area for you to investigate will be the Cobalt Coastlands. It is farther afield than the Crimson Mirelands. Much farther. And the path is long and trying. With your current rank, you should be capable of braving the Cobalt Coastlands. You know your mission. Investigate Firespit Island." Okay. Ash and Serena nod as they leave the office, only to see Irida waiting for them. "Irida? What are you doing here?" Serena asks. "It is simple. I can't lose to this guy here. If he is traveling with you, then I should do the same as well. I know much more about Cobalt Coastlands than this guy does," Irida says. "Here we go again." Adaman sighs. But Ash says, "Sure, it will be more interesting to know more about you." "You're going to let her in the group, huh, Ash?" Adaman asks. Serena says, "Why not? The more the merrier." Irida smiles, and then she says, "Cobalt Coastlands is a beautiful area. You'll know why when you get there." "Really? Now I'm excited to see what kind of Pokemon we can find there," Ash says as Pikachu nods. Before going to Cobalt Coastlands, they hear a voice, if it isn't Ash and Serena. They see Lien and he says, "Even Irida and Adaman. Though I suppose it's to be expected that I'd run into you in the village. Where are you going to study Pokemon next?" Ash says, "Irida is going to show us around the Cobalt Coastlands." "Really? Polina's certainly in a bit of a situation over there," Lien says. "Polina?" Serena asks Irida, who replies, "She is the warden with the deceased noble Pokemon." "She's a warden, and yet she has no noble to see to." Lien frowns. "There are even some people in the Pearl clan that speak ill of her, though not to her face." Lien. Irida says to Lien, who flinches and says, "Oh, but do forgive me. Perhaps I shouldn't be airing dirty laundry. A piece of advice, then, as an apology for wasting your time. Some Pokemon are strongly affected by certain stones, which hold mysterious powers. With the right stone, you can even evolve some Pokemon. You need to look no further than Clever for proof of that." Ash notices that he is looking at Pikachu, and he says, "Pikachu refuses to become a Raichu, so don't think of asking me to use a Thunderstone on it." Adaman says, "Really? This is the first time I see a Pokemon who doesn't like the evolution." "Don't worry. What I'm trying to say is basically this. If you and the Survey Corps want to learn all there is to know about the Pokemon of this region, then the stones you find throughout Hisui will be very important. There's even a tale of a stone that contains the power of creation. The very same power Almighty Sinnoh used to create the universe. I trust you'll take my advice to heart and not underestimate how important stones can be. To help grind this fact into you, here, I'll give you some rather handy stones and things I found." He gives them 2 grid pebbles and 3 grid gravels, and then he says, "And should you want some stones that can help Pokemon evolve, I believe the Ginkgo Guild has them from time to time." Irida says, "He means those people over there." Ash and Serena look to see some people in yellow uniforms in front of the Galaxy Hall, and one of them looking like Volkner. After Lien leaves, Adaman says, "Looks like your warden is also someone very capable." "He is always capable," Irida says back. After getting off the carriage towards the Cobalt Coastlands, Ash and Serena are in awe at the sight of the ocean and the beach in front of them. The Cobalt Coastlands. A simply lovely corner of Hisui sea and sky as far as the eye can see, Laventon says. "What kinds of Pokemon await us here, I wonder? Water types? Or flying types, perhaps? Ooh, I simply can't wait to study them all. Now I'm sure you're just as excited as I am to research this area's Pokemon, but let's not forget that you've a mission to accomplish." After Laventon leaves, Serena asks Irida, "So about Firespit Island. What kind of island is that?" "It is an offshore volcano, and trust me, it is very hot over there," Irida says. "But you'll need to cross the sea to reach it. If you want to go to the sea, then you can find one of my wardens who lives here, Iscan." Adaman says. Knowing him, he will surely help you find your way. "So you even have a warden here," Irida says. Are you serious about that question? Adaman says in a deadpan tone, and Arita just walks forward and starts to play the Celestica flute. The melody is very soothing as both Ash and Serena can feel at ease. I do love the flute. It feels as if its tones carry to the very ends of space. But I am here, and so are you. So now I'm going to focus everything I have on battling you, Arita says. Right now. I don't mind about that. Ash says. Very good. You who have seen the vast space beyond the rift. Here I come, Arita says as the Glaceon and Eevee jump in front of Arita. Ash and Serena decide to go with Pikachu and Sylveon to battle. With the Iron Tail and Moonblast, both Pokémon are defeated. Ah, now I feel better. Arita sighs. The world is vast. And I am small within it. Thank you. You're welcome. Ash asks. With you. I think with you I can be frank. Arita says. I can't afford to look weak in front of your commander or that guy over there, but in truth. Ouch. Adaman mutters, not long enough to make Arita hear it. I sometimes wonder how I've ended up with the burdens I bear. You see, Polina tends no lord or lady. And she will not raise a successor to fill the late lord's empty seat, either. Some people have started to question her worthiness to be a warden at all. But Lena, that is to say, Polina, she's very dear to me, no matter what anyone might say. We were both in the running to become leader of the Pearl clan. We strove to surpass one another, but she taught me a great deal, too. Sounds like you two are really close, Serena says. Having said all this, I have a favor to ask of you. Please help her raise the Pokémon she looks after into a true heir to his father, the late Lord. With the help of your strength, I think our late Lord's heir would grow into a worthy successor. And if he succeeds, it should silence Lena's naysayers. I don't know of anyone I'd trust more to help with this than the people who helped the Pearl clan by quelling Clever's frenzy, Arita says. Of course we will help. So where is she? Firespit Island? Ash asks. No, you'll be able to find Lena up on the headland. Head down this hill, and turn left. You should find a slope leading up onto the ridge. Arita says as Ash and Serena walk forward. Adaman says, listen, Arita. What now? Are you going to mock me again? Arita asks with annoyance. From what I heard about you, I don't think you are weak. Like you, I sometimes wonder how I've ended up with the burdens I bear. Adaman says. But if there is a problem, what I have in mind is to think how to solve it as fast as possible. So, Arita asks. The fact that you ask Ash and Serena for help is the right choice. If I were in the same shoes as you, I would do the same. Adaman says. Those two are something else, don't you think? Arita sighs and shows a small smile. I agree. As for Ash and Serena, the two of them are looking at Glameow and Purugly. Serena says, Purugly really is fat after evolving. Yeah, but that makes this Pokémon interesting, Ash says. Glameow's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of light specimens caught. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you have seen it use nasty plot. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 152 Glameow, the catty Pokémon. Normal type. Bewitches humans with its helical tail and piercing gaze. Its hidden claws are quite sharp as well, making this Pokémon an exceedingly tricky opponent if antagonized. Purugly's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use play rough. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use double edge. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've given it food. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25. Hisui Dex entry number 153 Purugly, the Tiger Cat Pokémon. Normal type. Evolved from Glameow at LV. 38. Though impudent and difficult to tame, Purugly enjoys great popularity due to its fur, the beauty of which surpasses even velveteen. As they shake the trees, they also find Trash Cloak Burmy and Womadam in the trees nearby, and they also capture them for the Pokédex. Hisui Dex entry number 43 Burmy, Trash Cloak, the bagworm Pokémon. Bug type. When confronted by a lack of other materials, Burmy will create its cloak using dust and refuse. The cloak seems to be more comfortable than one would think. Hisui Dex entry number 44 Wormadam, Trash Cloak, the bagworm Pokémon. Bug and Steel type. Evolved from Burmy at LV. 20. Its body, composed of refuse, blends into the scenery so much as to be inconspicuous. This seems to be the perfect way for the Pokémon to evade the detection of predators. Hey, where are Rita and Adaman? Serena asks Ash. There, those two are talking. Ash points at them. When Arita also asked to come with us, I was worried a little if she would be fighting with Adaman a lot considering they're from different clans. But it seems that they are doing just fine. I agree. I very approve of them being together, Serena says, or else I won't be able to exist in the future. Because both of them are your ancestors. Is that what you're thinking about? Ash asks. Well, my mom just sent me a message to confirm this. The reason I was called Serena is actually because of what we are doing right now, Serena says. That's good. I had the experience of almost being wiped out of existence because of rewriting history, Ash says while shivering. I don't want that to happen. With Arita and Adaman getting back to the group, they are now at Ginkgo Landing. They notice some Spheal rolling around with an Alpha Walrein watching over them, so they've decided to do their research. Spheal's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use rollout. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 times you've scared it off with a scatterbang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 143 Spheal. The Clap Pokémon. Ice and Water type. During the season when drift ice approaches the shore, Spheal prefers living on the ice, where fewer predators lurk, rather than the land. Its fur retains heat superbly and resists harsh cold. Walrein's research tasks. Number caught. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of you've defeated with fighting type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Ice Beam. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Blizzard. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Hisui Dex entry number 145 Walrein. The Icebreak Pokémon. Ice and Water type. Evolved from Celio at LV. 44. Its thick tusks are strong enough to shatter drift ice. They have been known to break, but they will grow back by the next year. The Hisui region is well known for these broken tusks. So this is how you research Pokémon? I must say that the professor really gives you a lot of tasks, Arita says. But we're enjoying doing what we are doing, Serena says while releasing another Spheal. And just capturing and letting go doesn't hurt their feelings that much, unless they really want to go with us. Is that so? Arita says. You'll learn some more after you know them with much more time. Adaman says, causing Arita to slightly glare at him. They walk west and they also find Skorupi and Drapion. Ash says, I always thought that those two Pokémon would be living at Crimson Mirelands. But I guess we can only find them in the Cobalt Coastlands, huh? Serena says, that sure is shocking to know. Skorupi's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of small specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of you've defeated with fire type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use poison sting. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 148 Skorupi. The Scorpion Pokemon. Poison and Bug type. Its claws are not only razor sharp but poisonous, making Skorupi a highly dangerous Pokemon. It seems to be weakened by cold temperatures, however. Drapion's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of you've defeated with ground type moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Venoshock. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Cross Poison. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25. Hisui Dex entry number 149 Drapion. The Ogre Scorp Pokemon. Poison and Dark type. Evolved from Skorupi at LV. 40. Has a brutish, ferocious temperament. With immense strength and a sturdy shell off which swords will bounce, it rampages about and wreaks havoc. And on the way, they also find some Machop and Machoke hanging around the area, so they decide to do that Pokemon as well. Machop's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number defeated. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of you've defeated with flying type moves. 1, 2, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Rock Smash. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 154 Machop. The superpower Pokemon. Fighting type. Though as small as a child, it has strength enough to easily throw a well-built adult. Striving to become ever stronger, Machop trains by carrying a Graveler on its shoulders. Machoke's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number defeated. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of you've defeated with Psychic type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Bullet Punch. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 155 Machoke. The superpower Pokemon. Fighting type. Evolved from Machop at LV. 28. A sturdy creature boasting a robust physique and boundless stamina. Loves training above all else and voluntarily assists with tasks such as construction and clearing land. And there is also an octillery, Serena says. Look at that size. It must have been an alpha. Let's go, Ash says as they rush there. Rita turns to Adaman and asks, does that happen often? I mean, that's not where they're supposed to go. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be back very soon, Adaman says. Octillery's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with electric type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use Hydro Pump. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Hyper Beam. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of different forms you've obtained. 2. Hisui Dex entry number 147 Octillery. The Jet Pokemon. Water type. Evolved from Remoraid at LV. 25. While Octillery still shoots water from its mouth, the drastic anatomical difference between it and Remoraid meant that for a long time, no one believed the former evolved from the latter. This cliff sure is tall. Serena, do you think we should climb it? Ash asks. I don't think we are going to do that, Serena says with a sweat drop. You don't have to. Arita sighs, there's a small path that can reach the top. As they follow Arita, they arrive at Veilstone Cape, and Ash says, Veilstone, huh. So this will be Veilstone City in the future. Serena says, let me guess, Veilstone City is also one of the gym locations in Sinnoh? Yeah, Maylene and her Lucario are strong, Ash says. What are the gyms you speak about? Adaman asks. Oh, a Pokemon gym is like a special place where you can face an opponent of that specific type. There are 8 in total, and if you win all 8 of them, you'll be granted access to battle the region's strongest trainers, which we called the Elite Four and the Champion. That sounds very confusing. Arita says. So you mean that there are 8 people who only use one type of Pokemon, and they stay at some sort of quarters so you can go there and challenge them to battle. After defeating them, you get the badge, and for getting 8 of them you can fight the top 5 trainers in the region? That's right. Serena says, but their attention shifts as they see a Vulpix passing by. Serena adores the Pokemon's cuteness as they decide to do the research tasks. Vulpix's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number you've caught while they were sleeping. 1 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you have seen it use Ember. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number of different forms you've obtained. 2 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3 investigated about Vulpix from the Alola region. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 168 Vulpix. The fox Pokemon. Fire type. In its belly burns a fire, which Vulpix spits out in the form of fireballs. When young, this Pokemon has but one white tail. As the Pokemon matures, this single tail splits into 6. And there she is. Polina, Arita shouts at the woman who is standing in front of a grave, with 2 Growlithe beside her. Ash and Serena also notice that the Growlithe is also different from the ones they used to know. And they are barking at them. Hush, now. Settle down. Polina stops the Growlithe. I'm Polina of the Pearl Clan. And who might you two be? Arita says, they are Ash and Serena. They're the children from the Galaxy team. And Arita, why is the leader of the Diamond Clan with you? Polina asks. More like we decided to see how Ash and Serena are going to handle this. After all, they are the ones who aided Clever and Lilligant when none other could quell their frenzy, Arita says. Polina nods as she turns to Ash and Serena. Your strength must be amazing, and yet, you have such gentle faces. So what brings you to the Cobalt Coastlands? We have no lord here, much less a frenzied one for you to quell. We've heard about it, the previous lord was swallowed by the waves. Serena frowns, but we didn't know the details. He was rescuing his young pup that had been swept out to the sea and ended up giving his life to ensure the pup's safe return. If you were to guess, which of these Growlithe would you say is the previous lord's child? Polina asks. The small one? I can see some tears in its eyes, Serena asks. Oh, you have quite a good eye. This quiet, skittish Growlithe is the child of the previous lord. I've no doubt this little one has the potential to be a fine lord, but witnessing his father's demise has left deep scars in his heart. There are those who expect me to train him more strictly and force lordship upon him before he is ready. But I could never bring myself to do that. Hold on, is that the reason why you refused to train Growlithe? Why didn't you tell me this? Arita asks. Aren't we best friends? Arita asks. If you told me sooner, I would not have tried to force you to train it strictly. You're the Pearl Clan leader, and I can't bring myself to tell you the whole truth because of your burdens. No matter what the rest of the Pearl Clan says, my mind is quite made up. I'll stay by this little one's side and let him live his life as he wishes. Polina says. So now that you know our situation, might I ask your purpose in coming to the coastlands? Since after hearing what happened to the poor Growlithe, I don't think we can force him to train. But our commander asks us to go to the Firespit Island, Ash says. A survey of Firespit Island? I see. There are rumors the place is haunted by strange shadows these days. You'll need the aid of a Pokemon known as Basculegion if you wish to cross the sea. Basculin? Ash and Serena are confused. Adaman says, Basculegion is the evolution of Basculin, and our Diamond Clan's warden Iscan should be able to help you. Even Basculin gets a new evolution. Interesting, Ash says. There is definitely something strange happening out on Firespit Island. Those shadowy figures are concerning, of course, but then there's also the odd lightning that came from that rift in the sky. Lightning is a sign that the heavens are angry. I worry that we may have offended Almighty Sinnoh somehow. In the past, the Pearl Clan and Diamond Clan were locked in conflict over which side revered the true Almighty Sinnoh. Even if we've reached an uneasy peace, the true Almighty Sinnoh must be angered because there are still those who worship a false image of it. She was right about that, though, Adaman says. But I don't think both sides are wrong as well, Ash says, causing them to be confused. Never mind what I say. Ah, but I digress. I do apologize. Iscan lives on Apom Hill, just past Ginkgo Landing. I imagine you'll find him there, Polina says. The others nod as they leave to find Iscan. Ash, Serena, Adaman, and Arita are now back at Ginkgo Landing as they decide to head east, this time to Apom Hills, where Iscan is staying. As they get there, they really find a lot of Apom and Ambipom in the wild. Ambipom's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with fighting type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use double hit. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use iron tail. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of different forms you've obtained. 2. Hisui Dex entry number 79 Ambipom. The long-tail Pokemon. Normal type. Evolved from Apom by learning double hit. To affirm their kinship, members of this species will form a ring by linking their newly doubled tails together. On rare occasions, humans have been accepted into such rings. There is the hut. Adaman says as he points at the hut, and Arita says, Really? That sure is a small hut. We only need a place to spend some time resting, we don't need it to be very spacey after all, Adaman says. Right. Arita mutters. Just then, Volo is there as he greets them. Why, hello there. Ash and Serena. Fancy running into you out here. What are you doing here? I start to wonder if you're stalking us, Ash asks. Me? Oh, I'm on the hunt for some plates. How's your plate hunting going, young friends? Volo asks. It is fine, I guess, Serena says. No need to be humble. I see you've already got your hands on 4 plates. You gain plates when you quell frenzied nobles, and when a great Pokemon recognizes you as worthy of bearing, isn't that right? The way you've been collecting those plates, it reminds me of the ancient hero. The one that's said to have battled against Almighty Sinnoh. You know, I've been wondering. The 10 Pokemon that are said to have followed the ancient hero, their powers are supposed to have come from Almighty Sinnoh itself. Why would they seek to challenge Almighty Sinnoh along with the hero, then? Perhaps we'll get some answers once we gather all the plates? Well, let's both do our best to find more. But please, don't overexert yourselves. I'd hate for something to happen to 2 of our guild's loyal customers. After that, he leaves, and Arita asks, what does that guy want? And what is he talking about, the noble Pokemon and our Almighty Sinnoh? No clue. But if each one of the noble Pokemon holds a plate, then what about the other 7? Who would be holding the other 7? Serena asks Ash. I don't know. Right now we can only do one thing at a time, Ash says. After arriving at the house, they knock on the door and hear a voice. Do I have a visitor? Iscan, it's me. Adaman says. Adaman? I'll be right out. Give me a moment. Iscan opens the door and he greets Adaman, but he is surprised to see both Ash and Serena, as well as the Pearl Clan leader Arita with him. So, I'm Iscan of the Diamond Clan. Iscan says, I think this is our first meeting. Leader of the Pearl Clan. Call me Arita is fine. Arita sighs. He turns to Ash and Serena, and he notices the Celestica flute with Serena. 2 Galaxy team members. With a Celestica flute? You two must be Ash and Serena, right? Have I done something to warrant your visit? Adaman sighs, relax, I scan. It is true we are here to find you. Well, sudden visits give me quite a shock. I do hope you'll give me advanced notice in the future. So, why are you here? I scan asks. We're here to visit the Firespit Island, and we heard that a Pokemon called Basculegion can bring us there, Ash says. Well, if you insist. Then you'd probably need Basculegion's favorite snack. That should help him warm up to you. Iscan says. But preparing his favorite. Oh. It's, more than a little difficult. More like an impossibly high hurdle. Or. Really? Just impossible, if I'm being honest. Adaman asks, Iscan. Please stop stuttering right now. You don't want to make me embarrassed right now. Just tell them the problem. I'll tell you. I have the right materials, but then you. Well, you see, this next part is something I could never manage, but you need to catch this one Pokemon that appears at night, Iscan says. We already captured a lot of Pokemon. What is it that you're talking about? Serena asks. Why, you really want to know? You really don't value your own life, do you? Iscan asks with shock. Geez, Adaman, can you tell your warden to get to the point? It is annoying. Irid says without patience. It's Deuce. Dusclops. Ooh, even saying its name fills me with dread, Iscan mutters. Okay, I know Dusclops for sure and I can see why you're shivering, Ash sighs. So. The materials for the food have to be imbued with flavor by Dusclops' dark pulse. That's the only way you can make Basculegion's favorite food, you see, Iscan says. Is this Dusclops Pokemon really that terrifying? Rita asks Serena, who pales and says, its body is completely hollow, and like a black hole, it can swallow anything. Some say that its victims never return. Rita starts to get shivers and says, okay, if you're just telling me a ghost story, then it is not funny. But we still have to do it. If we manage to capture it, then it won't be a problem, Ash sighs. Wow. Is everyone in the Galaxy team like you? Your nerves aren't just steel. They're titanium. It's positively frightening how, fearless you are. Deuce. Oh, I can't say it. Well, the Pokemon I need has only one eye and can be found wandering around Deadwood Haunt. Iscan says. Deadwood Haunt is the area that looks like a hand on your map. You'll know you're there when you find the wrecked boats. I try very hard to avoid those one-eyed Pokemon, and so now I know a lot about them, you see. Ash looks in the sky and says, looks like nighttime is approaching. Maybe this is the perfect time to find Dusclops. Adaman says, well, Ash, you really aren't scared about this Dusclops, have you met one before? Of course, I also met its evolution, who saved me from a spirit trying to drag me to the spirit world, Ash says. Spirit world. You mean the place where dead people go? Rita asks. Now I can see why that warden of the Diamond Clan terrifies to talk about this. After arriving at Deadwood Haunt, they can see a lot of Duskull, Dusclops, Drifloon, and Driftblim wandering around the wrecked ships, and Ash says, what is this? It sure is a ghost-type Pokemon party here. Now this is totally terrifying, Serena says. I don't know if I can do their research tasks. Adaman says, then how about this, Serena, you and Arita stay here, Ash and I will try to get one of those Dusclops. Hey, I'm not scared of those Pokemon, Arita yells. But Serena is scared, we need one person to stay with her for the time being, Ash says. Fine. If Ash is the one who requested it. Arita sighs, and then Ash and Adaman go to do some research with the Dusclops and Duskull. Duskull's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number caught at night. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of you've defeated with ghost-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Hex. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've scared it off with a scatter bang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 158 Duskull. The Requiem Pokemon. Ghost type. I've heard that the children of Hisui all begin to behave once they've been told the story of how this Pokemon roams about before the witching hour to spirit away misbehaving children. Dusclops research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number caught at night. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with ghost type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use Dark Pulse. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Shadow Ball. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 159 Dusclops. The Beacon Pokemon. Ghost type. Evolved from Duskull at LV. 37. There are rumors that peeking inside its bandage-wrapped body will cause one to get pulled in through the gaps between the bandages, never to return. I've been too scared to verify. I think that's enough, we should head back, Ash says. But we would need to fight our way through. Adaman says as they are now surrounded by the ghost Pokemon, and more importantly, an Alpha Dusknoir just appears in front of them as well. Just great. Here comes a big one. Ash says. Dusknoir's eye is already red, but I can tell this one might be an Alpha Pokemon. Looking at the glow. Adaman nods. Dusknoir's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of Alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number of you've defeated with Dark type moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Dark Pulse. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Shadow Ball. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 10, 30, 70 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hisui Dex entry number 160 Dusknoir. The Gripper Pokemon. Ghost type. Evolved from Dusclops with Reaper Cloth. Comes to those whose lives have come to an end and escorts their souls to the afterlife. Known to mistakenly take the souls of those who yet have life left in them, albeit rarely. After capturing the Alpha Pokemon, they find that their other Pokemon are getting tired from battling the ghosts. What are we going to do now? Adaman asks. I'm thinking right now. Ash says, and much to their delight, the sun comes out, and the ghosts all retreated. Ash says, well, I can't believe we stayed for a lot of hours fighting those Pokemon. Yeah. Adaman says, turning around to see both Arita and Serena falling asleep by a rock. Those two really wait for us there. There. Ash turns and sees a Chatot and sighs. Chatot's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number caught during daylight hours. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with electric type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Air Cutter. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use an Agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hisui Dex entry number 157 Chatot. The Music Note Pokemon. Normal and Flying type. A versatile performer skilled in the imitation of human speech. It is said that older, more experienced Chatot can even understand the meaning of the words they mimic. While Ash and Adaman are doing the research of Duskull and Dusclops, Arita asks, I want to know, a lot of people are saying that we share the same face, and I admit that we really look alike. But I want to know why. You mean why we look alike? Serena sighs. I don't know about that, but is that a problem? Arita shakes her head and says, even though I have a lot of friends, like Polina and Leanne, I never had a sister before and I don't know what it feels like to have one. I see. Serena says. I didn't have any siblings as well, so I know how you feel. So about you and Ash, is it true that you two are a couple of some sort? Arita asks, and Serena blushes a little. Well, we are dating after all. I mean, I love him and he loves me. I know for sure. I see. Arita says with a sigh. Serena decides to ask, what about you and Adaman? Are you really hating each other just because you're from different clans? Arita says, to be honest, I don't hate him, it is just the fact that he is rash all this time making me worry. He always talks about not wasting time and other stuff. You know how it feels, right? Serena says, I think I know a little about how you feel after traveling with him through the Crimson Mirelands. But then again, that is what makes him special, don't you think? Arita thinks of Serena's words and then says, I guess you might be right about that. Then Arita has an idea and she says, since we look alike, how about we become sisters? Not blood related of course, but sworn ones? Are you sure about that? Serena asks. I mean, I have never done that before. It will be fine. Arita smiles, it will make things easier. What I mean is that, I have the same last name as Adaman, won't you clan think bad of you? Serena asks. If we don't tell one another, they don't know about the truth. Arita says. Sometimes taking risks are exciting as well. If you say so. Sis. Serena says, and then the two girls start to chuckle. After hours of waiting, they fall asleep at the rock until Ash and Adaman manage to wake them up. Sorry for keeping you guys waiting. Ash says, those ghost-type Pokemon are hard to defeat. Then he notices how close Serena is to Arita, and he asks, do we miss something? Serena says, well, Arita and I are going to become sworn sisters. Don't you think it is cool? Really? Adaman asks. Looks like you got first, Arita. I was just about to ask Serena to become my sworn sister because of our same last names. Looks like I beat you. Arita smirks. But still, I can have a sworn brother, right, Ash? Adaman asks. I don't mind about that. Ash says. Hey, how dare you try to copy me? Arita yells. Just trying to be equal. By the way, we must find Iscan right now for the progress, Adaman says. After arriving at Iscan's hut, they knock on the door and he comes out. He asks, did you bring it? You know. The Pokemon with a name that sounds like, Dustbops. Ash and I already found a bunch of them. Adaman says, show him, little bro. No. Don't bring it out, Iscan says as he takes a breath, alright. I guess I've got to do my part, seeing how, determined you are. To go to that island. With Basculegion. Usually, I, ask Polina if the Growlithe she takes care of can help me with this bit. But this time, you need to help since. Well, since we're making this snack so that you'll be accepted by Basculegion. So you and Polina? Arita asks, causing Iscan to get nervous again. Adaman says, we can talk about this later, Arita. Right now we have important business to do. Oh, once I give the signal, you have that Dustbops of yours use its dark pulse, Iscan says. Ash nods as they start to make the food, and Ash has Dusclops out. Iscan looks at it and says, wah, no, it's too frightening. Iscan, you need to get a hold of yourself, Adaman says. Right. So counting down to it just makes the anticipation and terror worse. Let's simply have you do it when I say go. Iscan takes a breath and says, and go. Dusclops. Dark Pulse. Ash commands, and the Pokemon fires the attack into the pot with the food. Once it stops, they can smell a delicious aroma. I think the snack is ready, Adaman says as he looks into the pot. Both the aroma and the shape are perfect. It's the perfect ball of Basculegion food, Iscan says. Then let us make for Ginkgo Landing. We can summon Basculegion there. After getting to the beach, they also find Polina there waiting for them. Hello, Iscan. Polina greets the man. Lena. Arita asks. What are you doing here? Oh, Polina. I thought you said we shouldn't be seen together? Iscan says, then realizes that he just spills the beans as he quickly covers his mouth. Don't worry, I'm sure that they can keep a secret, Polina says. Besides, both I and the Growlithe pups were eager to meet with the great Basculegion again. What kind of secret? Arita asks, are you two hiding something from us? Adaman sighs, Arita, now it's not the time. No, I want some answers right now. Arita says. Serena sighs as she says, sorry big sis. Adaman is right. We really need to summon Basculegion right now. Once it is over, you can ask anytime you want. Before Arita can say anything, Icecan starts to blow the Celstica flute, and they can see some bubbles in the water, until a giant fish that looks similar to Basculin appears in front of them. Go on, Ash and Serena. You can give the food to Basculegion now, Icecan says. Ash decides to feed the Pokémon with the bomb that he made, and Basculegion just eats it and smiles. The great Basculegion. Polina mutters. Oh, thank goodness. I was a little worried about whether Basculegion would accept this favor. So, Serena. You should let Basculegion hear you're playing, Icecan says. Serena nods as she starts to play the flute with the third melody, different from Ursaluna and Wordeer. After that's done, Basculegion just takes out a blue plate and gives it to Ash. The splash plate. A stone tablet imbued with the essence of water. Ash takes it and reads the words on it. The rightful bearer of a plate draws from the plate it holds. Now you can ride Basculegion across Tranquility Cove and head to Firespit Island, Icecan says. My congratulations to you, Ash and Serena, Polina adds. Now that's done, Lena, I want some answers, Irida says. Icecan sighs and turns to Polina. Do you want to tell them? Polina nods and says, I mentioned to you before how the previous lord rescued his Growlithe pup. During that incident, Icecan and Basculegion saved my life as well. Since then, I've felt a great deal of affection for Icecan here. I truly adore him. But I know there are those who speak ill of me behind my back. So I try to meet with Icecan where there are no prying eyes, to preserve his reputation. Well, I was just doing what any decent person would do when I saved you, Icecan says. Adaman and Irida then realize how the two of them really express their love to each other even though they are in different clans. Perhaps. But nonetheless. After that day, I found the strength to accept Growlithe as he is and not force him to become the next lord. And it was all thanks to the courage you showed me, Icecan, Polina says. Perhaps we should save this discussion for another time, after all, Icecan says. Just then, they hear a voice, I bring good luck to my sisters wherever I go, and ill luck to anyone who crosses our paths. I'm the eldest, and I'll be your unlucky charm. Thought you spotted a 4-leaf clover? Well, I'll soon have you seeing double. I'm the middle sister, and I'm one clover you can't pick. Heads, I win, and tails, you lose. You've got no chance in this game of fortunes. I'm the youngest, Coin, but I'm definitely not your good luck piece. We are the Misfortune Sisters, known across the frigid land of Hisui, and your luck's just run out. The three people step in front of them. Adaman and Irida are the ones who are shocked, and Adaman asks, Clover, we haven't seen you since you walked out on the clan. Where have you been all this time? You know her, Adaman bro? Ash asks. HMPH. I don't have to tell you nothing, Clover says. And why are you with them, Coin? Irida asks. Like what Clover said, I have no intentions to tell you. Now get ready to hand over that Growlithe, Coin replies. You want to take my partner? Polina asks in shock. If your aim is to pester us with bad jokes, those ridiculous introductions of yours were more than enough. Why yes. Exactly what she said, Icecan says. Well, I think that they're better than Team Rocket ones, Ash mutters. Agreed. Serena replies. Now, Gengar, Charm commands and the Jannar appears from the shadows and snatches the big Growlithe. Oh no. Growlithe. Polina yells. Thanks for the Growlithe, fools. Clover taunts. We three can't live the kind of lives we want because of narrow-minded groups like the Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan. If we want to live freely in the great land of Hisui, we need to have powerful Pokémon on our side, Charm says. Don't worry. We'll make sure this pup grows up nice and strong. We'll even make him a lord for Ya, Clover says. Let's take the mud to our camp and get to work. No one will bother us in a place so miserably hot. Coin adds Gengar uses Confuse Ray to get them escape. After seeing them gone, Adaman says, just why? Now I can't forgive Coin. She is so dead when I meet her again, Irida says. What should we do, Ash and Serena? This is an emergency, right? Icecan asks. But, you see. I've never actually had my partner battle before. Polina says, please, Ash and Serena. I beg you. Help us. That Growlithe is a very, very dear Pokémon to me. Please save him. We will definitely save them, but the thing is, where are they going? Ash asks. They said they were going to a place where nobody would bother them. The only place around the Cobalt Coastlands that seems suitable is Firespit Island. Icescan says. Oh, now that you have Basculegion to help you cross the water, you can reach that island, too. Please. Could you find it in you to help Polina? Of course. Ash and Serena nod. Polina says, we'll also make our way to the Firespit Island as well. No, Polina. You should wait here and keep little Growlithe safe, Icescan says. I'm sure he needs you right now. Though, I'm not sure if I want to go to an island with lightning and bandits in. No, come, Ash and Serena. No time to think, we must go now. Then they've decided to go to Firespit Island. Arita stops and turns to Polina. Lena, don't call me Lena. Polina says as she leaves with Growlithe, and Icescan tries to chase after her. Arita sighs as she can only catch up to Ash, Serena, and Adaman. With the safety of Growlithe in their minds, Ash and Serena decide not to capture any Pokémon while riding on Basculegion. Ash says, Serena, how are you feeling riding Basculegion with me? I can feel the breeze, it is amazing. Serena says, but I still can't believe that Basculin will evolve into a ghost type like Jellicent. Me neither, I just called Professor Oak and it seems that only Basculin with white striped form can evolve into this Basculegion, not to mention that its evolution is as annoying as Wordeer and Overquill, Ash says. But still, we have to get to the island quick so that Basculegion can go back to bring Adaman and Arita with us, Serena says. You're right. Now it is not the time to capture the Basculin, Ash says. Once they arrive at Firespit Island, Basculegion goes back to carry Adaman and Arita. The two of them are not that willing to ride with each other, but there are no other choice, and it seems that Arita also enjoys riding with Adaman in the end. And after the two get here, Icescan also arrives. Phew. Firespit Island. It's certainly hot enough to feel like a sweat bath, isn't it? Icescan asks. I feel like I'm going to melt if I continue to stay here. Arita frowns. Serena asks, you're afraid of hot? If you live in a cold area, you won't get used to the hot environment. Arita replies. After all, our clan lives close to Lake Acuity. And now we've got a ghost and bandits to deal with on top of the heat, Icescan adds. But we have to go. That poor Growlithe. I don't dare imagine what those bandits are doing to him now, Adaman says. Maybe they are much like Team Rocket, just put them inside some sort of bindings and then celebrate on their own, Ash thinks. After walking up the volcano, they find a lot of fire-type Pokémon around there like Magmar, but they decide to ignore them for now as they have a mission to do. Once they reach the lava arena, they see that Gengar is hurting Growlithe, who is still struggling. Come on. Evolve already, Charm says. We've done our homework. Any Pokémon gutsy enough to come to this lava trap is supposed to evolve. So get on with it already, Clover adds. You will become stronger, like it or not, Coin says. You guys better let that Growlithe go, Ash says as the three bandits notice they're here. Oh, look. The pests again. Charm mutters. Stand back, sisters, I'll take care of him. Go, Abomasnow. Smash this fool to pieces, Clover says as she sends out the Pokémon. Great. She's using the same Pokémon as Candace, Ash thinks. I'll battle you if you want. Go, Keelava. Use Flamethrower. Ash sends out the Pokémon and goes with the attack because the fire type is 4 times super effective towards grass and ice type. Abomasnow is defeated with ease. At the same time, Keelava evolves and becomes a Typhlosion, but something is not right. What the? This isn't the Typhlosion we know, Ash says. It's a Hisui form. Serena gasps. I don't get it, how'd I lose? Clover yells as she recalls Abomasnow. You know Abomasnow can't fight at full power in crazy heat like this. It wasn't a fair battle. We were basically going easy on you. In fact, how dare you make poor Abomasnow battle in such a stupidly hot place? Excuse me? You're the ones that bring us here, Ash says with annoyance. He's right, you're the one who sent out Abomasnow, sister. Coin adds. Go on, then, Toxicroak. Pour out some poison for our unwelcome guest. Serena says, then I'll battle you with Dartrix. After sending out the Pokémon, Serena has Dartrix go for pluck and defeat Toxicroak with ease. But Toxicroak manages to use Poison Jab to deal super effective damage. After the battle, Dartrix also evolves and it also looks different from the Decadier they know. So now only Typhlosion, but Decidueye has a new form. Ash gasps in surprise. That means maybe Samurott might have a new form as well. And we still have one more sister, Serena says. I guess I lose the coin toss sometimes. Coin sighs as she recalls her Pokemon. I did warn you, didn't I? That I had a score to settle with the Galaxy team? All the pain and suffering I experienced after coming up here from the Kanto region to work. I'm going to make you pay for every last slight. Charm yells as Gengar floats in front of them. She also sends out a Raiden. Both Ash and Serena use Decidueye and Duwat to battle. But much to their surprise, Decidueye uses some kind of arrow-shotting move that causes Raiden to faint. What was that? Serena asks. If I remember correctly, that move is called Triple Arrows. It is a fighting-type move. That explains why it is super effective. And much to their surprise, Duwat also evolves into a Samurott, but this one is also looking darker, and it goes with the move that is similar to Razor Shell, but the attack is darker and it just slams into the Gengar to knock it out. And that move is Ceaseless Edge. It is a dark-type move, Arita says. Wow. Ash says in awe. How could all of us have been? Charm gasps. Hey, Charm. I healed up Abomasnow and Coin's Toxicroak, good as new. Now we can keep battling until we run out of potions, Clover says. Just keep going. No matter how many times you try, you'll always lose, Ash says, and Serena nods as both starters just roar at them. Just then, a Growlithe arrives and it starts to bark at them. Clover says, Wah? Hey, no one invited you, Tiny? You're really going to insist on getting in the way, you little runt? Charm asks. Take him down, Toxicroak. Coin yells as the Pokemon starts to charge the attack. I know it's hot, but hang in there, Abomasnow. Smash that runt, Clover adds as Abomasnow also tries to attack. But Growlithe manages to dodge both of them but tripped on a small rock. Growlithe. Please. Stop, you cannot beat such foes. Polina also arrives, and Iscan asks, Polina? What are you doing here? I thought you were waiting with little Growlithe. I was. But then he jumped into the ocean without warning and swam all the way here, Polina says. Into the ocean? But he was terrified of the ocean after it swallowed up the former lord. Iscan gasps. His own father. But Growlithe manages to stand back up and it roars. Much to their surprise, its roar gets its response, and suddenly, a firestone drops from the air and gets in contact with Growlithe, causing it to glow. Where did that firestone come from? Serena gasps. I have no idea, but Growlithe is evolving, Ash says. And then, an Arcanine with some rock body stands in front of them, Iscan adds. Looks like he finally found his courage. The late Lord's child. He's evolved, Polina adds. His true bravery lay not in crossing the seas, but in finding the strength to face hardship head-on. You gotta be joking me. Why'd the puny one evole? Clover yells. Coin looks up to the sky and says, sisters? Something's not right. A bolt of lightning strikes down from above and hits the Arcanine, causing it to roar and glow yellow. You've gotta be kidding. It's becoming frenzied. Now, Ash mutters. Polina, stay back, Iscan says. It starts to use Raging Fury at them, and all of them manage to dodge in the nick of time without touching the lava on the ground. What's happened to him? Polina asks. That strange lightning hit him. He's become frenzied, just like the other nobles. This is exactly why I didn't want to come to this island. Charm grits her teeth and says, everything was going just as we'd wanted before that awful mud ruined everything. Enough of this, sisters. We leave this place. We won't be making any living without our lives. As they start to run away, Ash yells, come back here. This is all your fault. We should get out of here, too. Otherwise, we're fair game for Arcanine, Adaman says as they decide to retreat to the altar. Once they're done, Arita asks, so Lena, what are you going to do about Growlithe? I mean, Arcanine? That dear little Pokemon is my responsibility. As his warden, it is my duty to protect him with everything I have, Polina says. What must we do to quell his frenzy? Please tell us what we need. We'll need to make some bombs. Irida yells. Bombs. Irida, what are you talking about? Polina asks. I'm the leader of our clan. Is it so surprising that I know a little more of these things than you, Lena? Irida asks. Polina starts to get annoyed and she says, I held my tongue before now, but now I must insist. Stop calling me Lena in front of everyone, and yes, I'm well aware you're our leader, Irida. How could I forget that you were the one chosen? You, who can use your Celestica flute to summon Pokemon and have them carry you to even the farthest reaches of vast Hisui. It is not just her. Adaman says, we've learned a little about these frenzies as well. There's a special method for dealing with them. We can make bombs, pouches containing a mix of the Lord's favorite foods, and throw them from a safe distance. Isn't that right, Ash and Serena? Yeah, that's right. Ash says, looks like we are going to do this the third time. Well, in that case, I do always carry some of Growlithe's favorite foods with me. So I can thank him when he uses his flames to help prepare Basculegion's favorite meal. Why, Icescan, once again your thoughtfulness saves the day. Now we can make those bombs right away, Polina says. Yes. Let's get right to work. Icescan nods. After making enough bombs with the help of both the Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan, Adaman and Irida are now surprised at how they are good at working with each other. Icescan says, they're ready. Here are the bombs we need. Yeah, we can use them to calm Arcanine. Serena says as they take bombs and head over to Arcanine, with the other four watching them leave. Polina stops them and says, wait, Ash and Serena. I have something to tell you. What is it? Ash asks. Please do your utmost to save my dear Arcanine. He may have finally become a lord, but it is clear this frenzy is causing him to suffer greatly, Polina says. Be on your guard. The late Lord Arcanine would launch devastating attacks after standing still and gathering light around himself, Irida says. Remember that while you're dodging, moves will slip right by you. Good luck, Adaman says as Ash and Serena nod and go towards Arcanine, now Lord of the Isles. Ash and Serena are now going to battle Arcanine with their own hands, as they start to throw some bombs at the Pokemon. They notice that Arcanine glows and it goes for a wild charge. Ash and Serena dodge in the nick of time before getting hit by the attack. We have to be careful not to touch the lava, Ash says, but there is not much space for us to dodge the attacks as well. Serena says, we can't give up, right now it is still charging, this is the good chance to throw bombs. After throwing some bombs, they notice that Arcanine is growling and 5 fireballs form on top of it. Watch out, it is going for Raging Fury, Irida yells. Serena and Ash quickly use the chance to throw a bomb, causing one of the fireballs to disappear. We need to throw 4 more. Got it. Serena says as they continue to throw some bombs until it is getting tired. Now it is our chance. Ash goes with Samurott to battle the Pokemon, and Samurott goes with Razor Shell, which is super effective. But Arcanine also deals a lot of damage by using Wild Charge. Samurott. Aqua Tail. Ash commands, and then Samurott defeats the Arcanine, giving Ash and Serena the chance to throw some bombs. But after throwing more, Arcanine manages to get back up and jumps into the air. It lands on the ground causing fire tornadoes to surround the middle area. Crap. We're now stuck on the alone tile, Ash says as Serena is also horrified at the sight of the wildfire in front of them. And Arcanine still tries to use Wild Charge at them. They can only wait until Arcanine is getting close before hitting it with the bombs. Crap. We're stuck at the corner, Ash says as they notice the Growlithe is facing them in the same tile as it prepares for the Wild Charge. They try to dodge, but Ash gets hit by the arm and he groans in pain. Ash, Serena says, are you alright? I can feel the pain from my arm, Ash says as he holds his arm. Serena notices it and says, this is a first-degree burn, we need to do some icing. Walrein, I need your help. Serena sends out the Ice-type Pokemon and asks it to cool Ash's burn pain. As for herself, she has to make sure that Arcanine won't be able to hurt Ash as she continues to throw the bombs. But when Serena manages to dodge the attack, it starts to charge up the 5 fireballs again. Serena knows that if it is unleashing the attack, it will be trouble, and she only has 4 more bombs left. Serena takes a breath and says, I won't give up until it is over. Here we go. Serena throws 4 bombs and Samurrit helps shooting water to make it hit, and in the end, Arcanine's glow is disappearing and it returns to normal. Oh, look! The strange light has left Arcanine and is vanishing into the space-time rift, Iscan asks. Yeah. Adaman replies. Serena rushes to Ash and says, "Are you still hurting from the burn, Ash? Use this." Serena uses the handkerchief that Ash tied for her during the battle against Noble Lilligant, and with the cool water to help cool the burn. Ash says, "It should be fine. It is a good thing that both of them didn't fall into the lava." Arcanine walks towards them and gives them a red plate. Serena takes it and says, "The flame plate." A stone tablet imbued with the essence of fire. Ash says as he reads the words on the plate. The power of defeated giants infuses this plate. Polina looks into the air and says, "What could possibly lie on the other side of the rift, I wonder?" "A future where Ash and I stayed from," Serena says, causing Adaman and Arita to nod while Iscan and Polina are still confused. Just then, they hear 2 loud growls. What? Were that 2 different Arcanine cries just now? They look up the volcano and see a shadowing leaving. Polina smiles and pets the Pokemon. She says, "Oh. Now I understand. My little Growlithe." "Oh, no, I misspoke. Lord of the Isles, Arcanine. You and I must now live apart so that we may attend to our separate duties." Arcanine nods at Polina, but is still sad to leave. Polina says, Now, all will be well. You're strong. Far stronger than me, in fact. From now on, let us each strive to fulfill our duties as Lord and Warden. Now go, Lord Arcanine. Your realm awaits." Arcanine roars and then jumps into the lava and leaves. Iscan asks, was I the only one who felt like they heard the cry of the previous Lord Arcanine earlier?" "Oh, how odd. I certainly didn't," Polina says. "My neither," Adaman says as the others just give out small giggles. Please, I do hope you're joking. I'm easily scared as it is. What am I to do if I start hearing the cries of ghosts all the time?" Iscan panics. "No need to worry, Iscan. I only kid," Polina says. "I also heard the voice of the previous Lord calling out to us." "We all do," Ash says as the others nod. "It seems I wasn't the only one watching over his young pup this whole time. Ash and Serena, you have my heartfelt thanks for helping my dear little one, the new Lord Arcanine," Polina says. Before the group can leave, Polina whispers to Ash and Serena, "I'm sorry to ask even more of you, but please look after Arita as well." "You bet, we will help my big sister," Serena smiles. "Now then, Iscan, I believe we'd best be off," Polina says. Iscan nods as they leave the 4 alone. After Ash and Serena catch up to Adaman and Arita frowns. "Ash and Serena. I wasn't much use just watching from the side, was I? You know, when Lena wouldn't raise Growlithe to be the new lord and people in our clan were doubting her fitness as a warden. I urged her to put Growlithe through the proper training, but she snapped at me." "How come?" Serena asks. "This poor Pokemon saw his own father die," Polina yells at Arita, who flinches. "Is it a warden's duty to force a child in such pain through that training?" Those words left me with much to consider. Arita frowns. "And even when Arcanine became Lord of the Isles and grew frenzied, all I could do was watch." "That's not true at all," Ash says. "Without you and Adaman, we wouldn't make the bombs to save Arcanine." "But that's something you could have done without me," Arita says. "Is that so praiseworthy? Do I deserve to be recognized for such a slight contribution? I took on leadership of the Pearl Clan so young, with no grand vision for what it should be. Still, I tried to respect our old customs and sites, even as some called me old-fashioned for it. But you're changing right now." Adaman is the one to speak, much to Arita's shock. "It is not just you, I was the same as you. But watching Ash and Serena, I finally see. I know what I want to do. I want to protect this vast land of Hisui. You're feeling the same, right?" "You're right," Arita says as her confidence starts to get restored. "I want to battle alongside my partners so we can grow strong enough to be of help to all of you. And to broaden the horizons of the world I see." "That's for sure." Serena smiles. "I know you can do it. Looks like I've got Lena to thank for yet another lesson that I've learned. I should let her know." Arita smiles. And hear more about her relationship with Warden Icescan, while I'm at it. But right now, I need to get off this oven of an island. You're right, Ash already has a burn and it won't be helping if we continue to stay here. Serena says as they call the carriage to send them back to the Coastlands camp. Once they get back to the camp, they decide to do the research of the Pokémon, starting with the 3 final evolved starters. Decidueye's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use triple arrows. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use leaf blade. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use leaf storm. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 3 Decidueye, Hisuian form. The Aeroquill Pokémon, grass and fighting type. Evolved from Dartrix at LV. 36. The air stored inside the roaches of Decidueye's feathers insulates the Pokémon against Hisui's extreme cold. This is firm proof that evolution can be influenced by the environment. Typhlosion's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Infernal Parade. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Flamethrower. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Overheat. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 6 Typhlosion, Hisuian form. The Ghost Flame Pokémon, fire and ghost type. Evolved from Keelava at LV. 36. Said to purify lost, forsaken souls with its flames and guide them to the afterlife. I believe its form has been influenced by the energy of the sacred mountain towering at Hisui's center. Samurrit's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Ceaseless Edge. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Aqua Tail. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Hydro Pump. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 9 Samurrit, Hisuian form. The formidable Pokémon. Water and dark type. Evolved from Duwat at LV. 36. Hard of Heart and Deft of Blade. This rare form of Samurrit is a product of the Pokémon's evolution in the region of Hisui. Its turbulent blows crash into foes like ceaseless pounding waves. While they are researching Pokémon, they also decide to do some requests as they go back to the Jubilife village, with the professor talking to them. You quelled the new Lord Arcanine? Oh ho! Let's tell Commander Kamado the good news, then, shall we? Back to Jubilife we go. Yeah, we really need to tell him about this, Ash says as they all head back to the Galaxy Hall. Kamado says, you did well on your mission in the Cobalt Coastlands. Your efforts there aided not only the Galaxy team but the Pearl Clan as well. I do hope your efforts will also have an impact on the space-time rift, somehow. If we are able to get rid of that rift, it should clear any lingering doubts about your origins. Though how we might actually close the rift, I haven't the slightest idea. Remain true to the mission. Ash and Serena nod as they leave the hall so that they can start doing their missions and side requests. Starting the requests, they find a man named Asabe and he says, "Ah, what a remarkable tale that was. The Pokémon it belonged to must have been a wee little thing. It was hiding behind some rocks when I found it, with naught but its tail poking out. But it was a tail I'd give anything to see again." He turns to Ash and Serena and says, "Think you could catch the Pokémon I'm talking about? Its tail was elegant and swirly like a spring. Come show it to me after you catch it and I'll give you a nice reward." Ash and Serena know that the man means Glameow's tail, so they send out the Pokémon to the man and have him look at the tail. Yes. This is it, it's just as I remember. The elegant sway of its tail. That charming spiral shape. And the enchanting way it bobs about like a leaf in the wind. Simply remarkable. Glameow meows a little, and Asabe says, "Ah, its little meow is adorable as well. Have you gotten attached to me here, kitty?" Oh, the dilemma. Pokemon are scary, but maybe this little, and I will get along just. Just then, Glameow scratches the man's arm, and he yells, "Ah! That darn thing scratched me." Glameow just purrs and goes to sleep. The man sighs, "I guess I got a little carried away there. Thanks for showing me your Glameow anyway. Its tail, at least, was a joy to see. One day, when I find the Pokemon with the perfect tail for me, I'd like to become fast friends with it, just like you and your partner Pokemon." The rewards for them are 2 Ox evasions and 2 Grid Gravels. Once they're done, they go back to the farmlands to do another request. Miller says, "Nice to see y'all again, Mr. and Miss Survey Corps. You got great timin'. As always, I want to make the fields even bigger, see, but we don't have enough helpers to keep 'em watered. If you'd lend us one o' Pokemon that knows a water-type move, we'd be mighty grateful." Then they decide to pick a Golduck for the farmer since they already have one. Pokemon'll sure be a big help in expanding the fields. Might as well get started. As Golduck goes with the farmer to water the fields, he yells, "Wowee! Pokemon's an irrigation sensation. Now I'm all pumped up. Sit back, ol' Miller's gonna make the fields bigger than ever." After the hard work with the other Pokemon, they finally have a 3rd farm field, and Miller says, "And I'm all done. That was some fine work. Any crops we plant here'll do great, and it's all thanks to you 3. We'll keep Pokemon here to help out with the fieldwork a while longer. Just give it a holler if you want to swap in a different Pokemon o' yours to do the watering." The next one is at the shop where Choi is, and he says, "Hello again, valued customers. You've arrived in the nick of time. I'm afraid Dao Hua is refusing to do business with me again. He won't listen to a word I say, so would you try to persuade him for me, again?" "Are you serious?" Serena mutters. "I'm sure you'll get somewhere if you bring 3 Pop Pods as a token of goodwill," Choi says. "Perhaps after this, he'll actually accept me." Looks like there are some misunderstandings between Dao Hua and Choi here. Ash frowns. "I wonder what's the deal with them," Arita adds. Fortunately, they can buy 3 Pop Pods at the Craftworks, so they buy them and go to the supply corps to find Dao Hua. "Oh ho, if it isn't the Survey Cops recruits who quelled the Lady of the Ridge, what can I do for you?" Dao Hua asks. "We're here for Choi again," Ash says. "You're running errands for Choi again? Sending a customer to negotiate for him once was bad enough, but twice? Where's his spine? Pestering me for goods when I'm already tearing my hair out trying to get Pop Pods. Sheesh. We do have some Pop Pods with us. Let me guess, 3 of them?" Ash asks. After handing the items, he says, "Ah, Pop Pods. The Cobalt Coastland's finest feature. You'll often find these fine sea vegetables washed ashore. They're best known as a key ingredient in scatter bangs. Those lively items for scaring off Pokemon. All right, I won't send you back to Choi a failure, since you kindly brought me these Pop Pods. Tell him I'll set him up with some new wares." After getting back to Choi, he says, "We've got new goods in stock, thanks to you. I know all this has caused you some bother. I do hope he and I can thaw things out at last. But thanks to you, we've got excellent new items on our shelves. Do buy some." They notice that on the stock there are great balls, hyper potions, full heals, stealth sprays, scatter bangs, and grain cakes. After that's done, they go to the photography studio again, with Daguerreo having another problem. "Thanks again for lending me a hand with getting that photo of Baniri last time, recruit. Everyone in the village sure loved it. I was hoping I might get your help on another little task. In fact, would you take a look at this?" They notice the picture was taken in the Deadwood haunt, and they can see a Duskull on the picture. Rather eerie, wouldn't you say? That thing was so close, and yet I had no idea it was even there when the photo was being taken. From a shot like this, I can't even say with any certainty whether it's a Pokemon or something else entirely. If you recognize that thing in the photo as some Pokemon that truly exists out there in the wild, I'd like to see it. I'd sure love your help on this." "Well, that's a Duskull. We did capture some back there," Adaman says. "Yeah, looks like another easy task complete," Ash says as he shows the man the Duskull. "What a hair-raising spectacle. Yes, I'm certain this is the Pokemon from the photo. Well, now that I've seen such a clear example of the real thing, I'd like to get a proper shot." After taking the picture, he says, "You know, I must admit, I feel quite relieved to know that it truly was just a Pokemon in the end. And a Pokemon with its own sort of charm, really. I'm glad I was able to photograph it." After that, they unlock the new filter. The Dreamy filter, for the photos. After that's done, they leave and do the next mission. They go to the clothes store and meet Anthe, who says, "There's a Pokemon I think would be the perfect inspiration for some new designs. It's the species called Shellos, you see. I've heard it has different forms depending on where it lives. With different coloring, too. If I could just compare its different forms, I'm certain I'd be filled with inspiration. Could you show me Shellos' different forms? One can be found in the Obsidian Fieldlands, and the other out in the Cobalt Coastlands." "Well, that's a task that we can't do right now since we haven't captured an eastern form," Serena says. "Then we'd better head back to the Cobalt Coastlands," Arita says as they all decide to head back. But just as they are back in the Cobalt Coastlands, they find a space-time distortion appearing. "Just great, not this again." Adaman frowns. "What do you mean? What is wrong with that space?" Arita asks. "That's where we will find a lot of wild and crazy Pokemon." Ash sighs. "You'll know once we get inside." And just as they get inside the space-time distortion, they find a lot of Pokemon ambushing them, and Ash decides to capture a Vaporeon for the newest evolution. Vaporeon's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use baby doll eyes. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you have seen it use Aqua Tail. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 10, 30, 70. Hisui Dex entry number 26 Vaporeon. The Bubble Jet Pokemon. Water type. Evolved from Eevee with Water Stone. Tests show that its cells closely resemble water molecules, which perhaps explains its ability to conceal its form while submerged. I believe the origins of mermaid folklore lie with this Pokemon. Okay, I can see why this place looks really crazy, Arita says as her Glaceon is getting tired from battling all the Pokemon. Where did those Pokemon come from anyway? We don't know about that, Serena replies as she notices a Magnemite. Ash, there's a Magnemite. Really? Then maybe I should try to capture one, Ash says, but he notices a Magneton and says, "Serena, you'll get the Magnemite, I'll get Magneton." Okay. Serena nods as they start to work on them. Magnemite's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of light specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with ground type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Thundershock. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Thunderwave. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 177 Magnemite. The Magnet Pokemon. Electric and Steel type. A bizarre Pokemon with but a single eye embedded in an iron sphere. I suspect this creature levitates due to the magnetism it emits from its arms, which resemble horseshoe-shaped magnets. Magneton's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Spark. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Tri-Attack. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use an Agile style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 178 Magneton. The Magnet Pokemon. Electric and Steel type. Evolved from Magnemite at LV. 30. 3 Magnemite gathered to evolve into this Pokemon. The source of much vexation on my part, as its powerful magnetism destroys my research equipment. Well, it is a good thing that we managed to get some items on the ground, Ash says. I got a Fire Stone. We can use it once we get a Growlithe, Serena says, but right now, they're coming like crazy. After a while, the space-time distortion stops, and Arita asks, how often does this kind of stuff happen? We don't know, but we met one in Obsidian Fieldlands, where we find Ash's Gengar, and then in Crimson Mirelands, where we find Ash's Keelava. I don't think your Pokemon is in the space-time distortions, right? Serena asks. Maybe not. But there are still some of them who are missing, and I'm willing to find them all, Ash says. But first, we still need to find a blue-colored Shello for your request, Adaman says as they nod and try to find the Pokemon. Right now Ash and Serena are surfing on the waters of Tranquility Cove, which is where Eastern Shellos located. Adaman and Arita decide to stay on shore since Basculegion can only bring 2 people. On the way, they find some Pokemon like Mantikes as they decide to work on it. Those jumps sure make it hard to capture, Ash says. I agree. Serena adds. Mantikes research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of small specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with electric type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use water pulse. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 164 Mantike. The kite Pokemon. Water and flying type. Though ball-like in shape, this Pokemon is a proficient swimmer. I have discovered that if a Mantike spends much time with schools of Remoraid, it will eventually achieve evolution. And close to Mantike, there are Remoraids swimming by. Ash and Serena know that this Pokemon is what causes Mantike to evolve into Mantine. Remoraids research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of you've defeated with grass-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Charge Beam. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Ice Beam. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 146 Remoraid. The jet Pokemon. Water type. It spits water from its mouth with incredible accuracy. It captures Burmy by shooting them down off the branches from which they dangle. Look. Basculin. It's getting away. Serena yells as they try to chase after the Pokemon before it dives underwater. And they manage to capture a couple more in the end. Basculin's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of large specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 times you have seen it use Wave Crash. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Double Edge. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 166 Basculin, white striped form. The hostile Pokemon. Water type. Though it differs from other Basculin in several respects, including demeanor. This one is gentle. I have categorized it as a regional form given the vast array of shared qualities. So we won't be able to find red and blue stripped forms in Hisui, Ash says. So how are we going to evolve this thing? Serena asks. According to Professor Oak, we will have to let it take 294 recoil damage in total without fainting. Lucky for us, there's a move called Wave Crash that can help us out, Ash says. Are you serious? Does this Pokemon even have that many health? Serena asks. Well, we have potions that we can help, Ash says. After several tries of taking damage, Basculin finally evolves into a Basculegion. Because it is a female, it looks different from the noble Pokemon they are riding. Basculegion's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Wave Crash. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Shadow Ball. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 167 Basculegion. The big fish Pokemon. Water and Ghost type. Evolved from Basculin by taking 294 recoil damage. Clads itself in the souls of comrades that perished before fulfilling their goals of journeying upstream. No other species throughout all Hisui's rivers is Basculegion's equal. And they also notice some mantine flying out of the river. Ash assumes that they might be evolved from mantike, so they try to capture them. Mantine's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of large specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with electric type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use air slash. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use double edge. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25. Hisui Dex entry number 165 Mantine. The kite Pokemon. Water and flying type. Evolved from Mantike by having Remoraid in party. This calm and gentle Pokemon swims gracefully through the sea. After building speed, it can leap out of the water. It is often misidentified as a bird Pokemon due to this behavior. And finally they get on shore to find the eastern Shellos. They capture them and quickly rush back to Jubilife City to show Anthe. Hisui Dex entry number 82 Shellos, East Sea. The sea slug Pokemon. Water type. Found in abundance on seashores bordering cold waters. When pressed upon, the Pokemon will secrete from its body's surface a purple fluid that will stain one's clothes. After sending both Shellos to Anthe, she says, "It's quite beyond me why Shellos would have different colors, but I think it's absolutely charming that they change things up depending on where they live. We here in Jubilife Village have also journeyed far from where we used to live. Maybe a change in the color of our clothing is what we need, just like Shellos." After rushing back into the store for a while, she comes back out and says, "Yes, I've got it. I took advantage of the inspiration I was feeling and expanded my lineup. I would be very pleased if you would have a look." Then she makes patterning kimonos that are horizontal stripes, paisley, argyle, flourishes, and small dots. Rita says, "These sure are some nice clothes." "I know, right?" Serena says, "That's interesting to see a lot of clothes, it is quite a trend." After going back to Cobalt Coastlands, they go to the Bather's Lagoon and they find a woman named Gully. "Excuse me. Have you seen a fellow from the construction corps named Yorick?" "No, we haven't seen a man like that," Ash says. "Gah. This is hopeless. Where could he have gone? Would you mind helping me track him down? I'll be waiting a little further ahead. Please come see me when you have a moment," Gully says. "Well, I guess we need to help her find the man?" Adaman asks. "We should. But it is a good thing it's daytime, so there won't be any Duskulls or Dusclops in the Deadwood haunt." After arriving at the Sand's Reach, they find Gully again and she says, "Oh, you're here. I've been waiting. As I said, I need your help finding Yorick from the construction corps. He and I came out here to set up a base camp, but then he went off on his own to get the lay of the land. And hasn't come back. Yorick ought to still be somewhere nearby. If you find him, please tell him to come back here already." They find the man at one of the ends of the Sand's Reach, and he is chased by a Chatot. "Stay away," he yells, and the Chatot replies, "Away, stay." "Gwa. Why is this Pokemon talking?" Yorick yells. "Talk, twalk," Chatot replies. "What are you doing?" Rita asks the man, and he notices the four of them and yells, "Help me. Help me." Chatot repeats, but Pikachu uses Thunderbolt on the Pokemon and causes it to fly away. "Thank goodness. I don't know if I'd have survived without you. No one told me there'd be Pokemon that talk like people out here. What a fright," Yorick replies. After bringing him back to Gully, she says, "Back where I grew up, folks often said that if you hear someone talk when nobody's around, it's not a ghost playing tricks. It's just a Chatot. Anyway, thank you kindly for finding Yorick. I'll have him set up camp now." "Setting camp here? For some reason, I don't think it is a good idea," Ash mutters as the others nod. But they decide to watch how they set up the camp right now, and after that's done, he says, "All finished. I'm sure that awful voice I heard mimicking me was just my imagination. I owe you big time, young Survey Corps Ricketts. Come take a rest here at camp anytime you like." And then Professor Laventon and the staff are also called here to the Coastlands camp, and he says, "What a splendidly scenic base camp. This ought to be quite convenient for surveying Pokemon that live on the waterfront." "Yeah," Serena says. They also notice that the balloon race man is also here, and he says, "Hello there. Is this your first crack at the balloon race, or maybe you've had a go before? Either way, why not team up with Pokemon and try out my fun balloon bursting game? You just need to burst as many of my adorable balloons as possible while riding a Pokemon. It's exhilarating, really, if you manage to burst, say, 24 balloons. Well, that'd be an impressive start. Ash, since you tried it the last time, I want to do it this time," Serena says. "Sure, just be careful," Ash says. "There are a total of 40 balloons on the course. Let's see how many of them you can burst in 1 minute and 20 seconds. The man says as Serena rides on the Wardeer and starts running and break the balloons, and she quickly swifts into Basculegion as the rest of the balloons are on the sea. They also use Basculegion's jump to jump over small shores and break some balloons or quickly change into Wardeer when the shore is too big. Welcome back. You break 40 balloons. Perfection. You popped every single balloon. You're definitely a balloon bursting boss. That's for sure. And that means you deserve something special to mark the occasion." They get 2 nuggets and a seed of mastery as rewards, and because of the 24 balloon break, they also get another nugget and 10 ultra balls. "It was gripping, watching you ride Pokemon with such skill. Keep challenging yourself to reach ever greater balloon bursting heights," the man says. Arita says, "That was really amazing, Serena. You are really good at riding Pokemon." "Thanks, big sis. I have some training from my mother," Serena says with a smile. Just then, they get a call from Lily through the ARC phone, and Ash asks, "Lily? What's the matter?" "Hello Ash, is Serena here with you?" Lily asks. "She's here," Ash says to Serena, who nods and says, "I'm sorry, Adaman, Arita, but we have some private things we need to do right now." Okay. Both leaders are confused as Ash and Serena go into their tent to talk with Lily. "What's the matter?" Ash asks. "Do you remember the ones who didn't have the Pokemon to attack you? Dawn, Brock, and some of them?" Lily asks. "What about them? Even though they didn't attack, they sided with them," Ash says with a cool tone. "That's what we thought, but turned out they didn't agree with them and they were just too scared to act anything," Lily says. "Right now your mother is taking them to the court for their judgment, and they were also guilty for not standing by your side. I want to know, what are you going to do with them?" Ash and Serena are now looking at each other, as this is something they didn't expect. Serena says, "How about this, if they are really guilty for not standing by our side, then tell them to call us after their trials. We need to ask some questions in person." "Okay," Lily says as she ends the call to let Ash and Serena think. "Serena, so what do you think? Should we forgive them?" Ash asks. "Even though they aren't the real murderers, they didn't help us from taking those hits. I know that they are wrong for doing so, but then again, they really didn't mean to hurt us," Serena says. "No matter what choice you pick, I will always stay loyal to you." "I see. Since Lily told me that it would take some time for them to end the court, let's continue to do our work," Ash says as they get out of the tent, only to see that Arita is using Glaceon to defeat Adaman's Leafeon. "Looks like I beat you this time," Arita says. "I'll give you the win, for now, I'll win the next time for sure." Adaman sighs. "Oh, Ash and Serena. I see you're done." "Yeah, now we can continue to do our work," Ash says. "So who are the ones that call you through that device?" Arita asks. "Just one of our friends in our world," Serena says. "She wants to inform me of the people who caused us to come to this world from the space-time rift." "Okay," Adaman says. After getting back to the Jubilife village, they go to a house where a man named Floro lives. "Why, if it isn't the young'uns from the Survey Corps. Good thing you dropped by. I need some help making friends with this Eevee. Think you could lend a hand?" "Sure. What's the problem?" Serena asks. "Canela, my granddaughter, brought the little guy home with her the other day, and I want us to be on good terms. After thinking long and hard, I decided the best way to win Eevee over is the old-fashioned way. Through tasty treats. So I'll be whipping up a special snack from my hometown. Some of the ingredients for it don't grow here in Hisui, but I found a few local berries and things that'll make good enough substitutes. 3 stalks of hardy grains, 2 hopo berries, and 1 raspberry is what I need. I'm counting on you." Luckily for them, they have all 3 stuff in their bag, and Floro says, "I see you found all the ingredients I asked for. Are you happy to give these to me? Sure. Here you go. Ash hands over the berries to the man, and he says, wonderful. These ingredients look nice and fresh. I'll get cooking, so wait here a while, would you? As he starts to cook, the others are watching how it goes. After a while, he says, okay. They're all done. Let's have a taste before giving one to Evie, shall we? They each take the hometown muffin and bite it. They think that it is not good nor bad, but the man says, MMPH. Thadish, interesting. I guess the taste is fine, but it's just not the same as the muffins from my hometown. I remember them being moister and having this nice, delicate flavor to them. Sorry to waste your time after all the trouble you went through to gather the ingredients for us. It's fine. I mean, it is not that bad as a muffin, Serena says. But I'm afraid these mediocre muffins won't be enough to get me in Evie's good books. Floro frowns. Evie yelps, and Floro asks, oh, what's the matter, Evie? Do you want one? Well, I won't stop you. Here you go. Evie bites the muffin and gives a satisfied smile, and Floro asks, you like it that much? That's great, I'm so glad. Looks like he really likes it. Serena smiles. You want another? I don't think that's wise. Too many snacks will give you a bellyache. Floro says to Evie, who just finished the meal. And the Evie just gives a frown face as Floro says, oh, now who could resist that cute little face? I'll spoil you rotten if I'm not careful, yes I will. He turns to Ash and Serena and says, thanks to you, it seems Evie and I will get on just fine. More than fine, even, I'm in your debt. As for my new muffin creations, they're not quite the same as the ones from my hometown, so. How about we call them Jubilife muffins instead? I think I know just what to do to make them even tastier for my darling Evie, too. I've jotted down my ideas, so here. You should try making some for yourself. After that, they get a recipe for the Jubilife muffins, and then 5 express candies from the man. Getting back to the Cobalt Coastlands, they decide to capture some Pokemon for the research tasks, as they land at Firespit Island and go towards the sea. Adaman and Arita decide to wait for them at the beachside camp since Arita hates the temperature on the island. Looks like there are some Tentacool and Tentacruel here in the water, Ash says. How are we going to get them without being spotted? That's really hard, Serena adds. Tentacool's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of light specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of you've defeated with electric type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use bubble. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 170 Tentacool. The jellyfish Pokemon. Water and poison type. They fire beams from the glassy, magenta orbs that resemble eyes atop their heads, and they drift in shallow seas. During low tide, they can sometimes be found on beaches, desiccated. Tentacruel's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with electric type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use poison jab. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use hydro pump. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 10, 30, 70. Hisui Dex entry number 171 Tentacruel. The jellyfish Pokemon. Water and poison type. Evolved from Tentacool at LV 30. It has 80 tentacles, each with a venomous tip. These tentacles are also extendable, lengthening when Tentacruel attempts to catch prey. Use caution. I'm glad we didn't take too many hits from those Pokemon, Ash says. And look what we have here, there are Finneon and Lumineon as well. They are really beautiful, Serena adds. Finneon's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number caught at night. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with grass-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use bubble. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of different forms you've obtained. 2 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 172 Finneon. The wingfish Pokemon. Water type. What a gorgeous sight this Pokemon is as it swims with its long, pink-painted caudal fins fluttering behind it. Finneon's beautiful appearance has led to its nickname, Finery Fish. Luminion's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number caught at night. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with electric type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Silver Wind. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of different forms you've obtained. 2. Hisui Dex entry number 173 Luminion. The Neon Pokemon. Water type. Evolved from Finneon at LV. 31. Uses its gleaming fins to hunt its prey. The view of Luminion schooling near the surface of the sea at night is breathtaking. It's as though there were shining stars right there. And at the shores, they also find some East Sea Gastrodon and they capture it for the Dex. Hisui Dex entry number 83 Gastrodon, East Sea. The Sea Slug Pokemon. Water and ground type. Evolved from Shellos at LV. 30. Found more often on the land than in the sea. More active when it's cloudy or rainy out than when the weather is fair. After meeting up with Adaman and Arita, they walk around the Vilestone Cape to find a man named Hiko. He says, "Oh, aren't you the Survey Corps members who quelled the Lady of the Ridge?" "That's us." Ash says. "Well, listen to this. A couple of Apoms stole my pack full of goods. They've been darting around leading me on a chase. Almost like they're teasing me. I haven't got a hope of catching them." They turn to see some Apom running away with the pack, and Hiko says, "You must be used to dealing with Pokemon. Can you get my pack from those Apom?" "You can count on us." Ash says as they go chase after the Apoms, they keep stop to taunt them and then leave. Ash and Serena are groaning as they can't catch them. "Now you have nowhere to hide." Ash says after the Apom is stuck between the wall and the cliff. Ash has Staraptor take the pack back from the Apom and have Pikachu use Thunderbolt to knock them out. Well, I see you chased down the Apom." Hiko says after rushing towards them. Ash hands over the pack back to Hiro, who checks to see if there are items missing. "All of my goods are safe, thank goodness. How can I repay you? Let me think." Just then, Apom starts to lower his head. Ash and Serena know that it is a trick, but Hiko doesn't, and he says, what's gotten into you? Looking so meek all of a sudden? Are you actually feeling remorseful?" "Somehow I doubt that." Serena mutters. "Oh, all right. No hard feelings. Just stop it with the sad look. You're making me feel bad." Apom nods as he raises his head. Hiko says, "I just hope you've learned your lesson. No more pranks, please." Another Apom appears and snatches something in the pack away, and Hiko yells, "Oh, come on. You couldn't even wait till I was done scolding you?" "Are those pineapple berries?" Arita asks. "I was saving those for later. Just goes to show, you can't let your guard down around Pokemon." Then he gives them 5 scatter bangs and an express candy M as thanks before chasing after the Apom. "Well, that's that, huh?" Serena says. "Yeah, I know for sure how mischievous Apom is." Ash says, "It is a good thing they're after my hat." "Sounds like your hat was often being stolen by Apom," Adaman says. "You have no idea." Ash sighs as they continue to walk on the road. Back at the Jubilife village, they find a woman named Netta at the pastures. She says, "Hey, I hear you're quite the Pokemon expert. I was wondering, do you know anything about a Pokemon that has 2 tail fins? I saw one swimming along the other day, fluttering its 2 failed fins behind it. It looked so lovely. I was captivated right away. I really want to see that Pokemon again, but this time I'd like to get a good look at it up close." Ash and Serena know they're talking about Finneon, so they decide to show her the Pokemon. Netta says, the way it wiggles its fins is so adorable. It's like they're fluttering in the wind. You've outdone yourself on this one. Thanks so much for taking on my request. From now on, you Survey Corps folks have my full support. Keep giving it your all out there. Thanks, Serena says, and they get a star piece in return. And when they go back to Obsidian Fieldlands, they find a man named Hemo at Ramana's Island. He says, "Wow, you've got Pokemon with you? What are the odds? Fate must have my back today, bringing you here. Look, I know we just met, but would you do something for me? I'd love it if you could bring me that Pokemon." "Oh, what's its name again?" "Well, the one with a scythe on each arm." "Sure," Ash says. "Excellent. I had a feeling you'd say that," Hemo says, but then Adaman asks, "Why do you need a Pokemon like that?" Never mind why I need it, leader. Just bring me that Pokemon with a scythe on each arm." Hemo says the last line towards Ash and Serena. Ash and Serena manage to bring a scyther for the man since it is what he wants, and after that, he says, "Look at those keen blades. They'll make short work of this." He turns around and watches the flower fields. "You see the Ramana's roses blooming all over this island? I have to gather every last one. I've been trying to pluck all of them myself. Having this, yes, Scyther's help will make things much smoother." "Wait just a second, are you telling me you're going to take all the roses?" Arita asks with shock. "They're for my wife, Wisey. She told me she wanted to fill our garden with these Ramana's roses. So I'm gathering every last one here to fill that garden right up for my darling dear." "You're taking this too far," Adaman says to the man. "This is not how to do it." "What? Seriously?" the man says with shock, and Adaman continues, "What she means is to plant some using the seeds of the Ramana's roses." "Well, that was a pretty severe misunderstanding." Hemo frowns. "I'm glad you came along before I plucked every rose on this island. I'll just bring some of their seeds home for us to raise together. Take care." After leaving, he gives them a seed of mastery, and when they're done, they head back to Jubilife Village as they also want to check the requests boards. Lucky for them, there is only one request at this time. Floro from the Construction Corps is looking for some advice about evolving his Eevee. "Lend an ear to the old chap and see if you can be of any assistance," Ash says. "Hey, didn't we just meet him a while ago? The one who made muffins?" Serena asks. "Yeah, I wonder what is going on with the Eevee," Ash mutters. As they get to the house, they find Floro without an Eevee. He says, "Oh, stars above. Where's he gone? Survey Corps kids. Listen, remember the Eevee I befriended with the help of some Jubilife muffins? Well, he's vanished. I was hoping to get some advice on evolving him, but I can't evolve the little guy if he's gone. Please, help me find Eevee." "Just great. Where do you think the Eevee might be?" Arita asks. "Come to think of it, the folks working at Galaxy Hall were always fussing over Eevee. Maybe that'd be a good place to start looking." They go to the Galaxy Hall and head to the second floor. They find an Umbreon in the Construction Corps office. "You don't think this Umbreon?" Ash says. "But we searched everywhere and this is the only one we can find," Serena adds. "Eevee." Floro also arrives and he notices the Umbreon. "Oh, I guess not. My mistake. Seems like Eevee's not here, either. But something about this Pokemon reminds me of good little Eevee. No, must be my imagination." But, before Ash can say anything, Umbreon's stomach is growling and Floro asks, "What's that? Hungry, are we? Survey Corps kid. Would you make me a Jubilife muffin? If I can watch this Pokemon chow down like Eevee did, maybe I'll understand this nagging feeling I get when I look at it." Ash and Serena nod as they work on the muffin with ease. After that's done, they give Umbreon the muffin and he eats it. Look at it chow down. It really is the spitting image of Eevee when it does that. Or could it somehow be the real Eevee? "That's what I was about to tell you," Serena says. "Umbreon is one of Eevee's evolutions." Umbreon jumps to Floro and he hugs the Pokemon. "Eevee, it is you. I missed ya, little rascal. Never thought you'd evolve on your own. Though I suppose the professor did mention how Eevee can evolve even without any stone at all. Suppose I haven't got much use now for these evolution stones I'd set aside for Eevee. I'd like you to have one of them, lad. Which would you like?" Ash decides to pick a water stone, and Floro says, "All right, Then, use it well. Getting these precious stones took many a visit to the Ginkgo Guild. He also gives them a rare candy as reward, which Ash and Serena gladly take it. Then they find Radisa again, the person to who they gave Geodude so that they can make pickles. She says, "Why, hello again. Wonderful timing as always, I see. You really came to my rescue with that pickling stone, you know. You're quite the little helpers. So I wonder if I can impose on you again for help with a new pickle proposal of mine." "What is it?" Ash asks. "I was down by the sea gathering fresh ingredients recently when, wouldn't you know it, an octillery popped up and sprayed me with ink. But here's the thing. The ink. Well, it actually tasted rather good. Inspiration, quite literally, struck me at that moment. I knew I could use this ink to create pickles the likes of which the world has never seen. But making food out of something a Pokemon has spat up seems risky to say the least, no? So a little research on octillery is in order, I think. That's where you come in, dear. If you learn more about octillery, please let me know." "We do know about octillery." Ash shows her the Pokédex, and she reads it and says, "Oh, my. So that's how it is. Wait, hold on. Are you quite sure? Goodness. To think that Remoraid evolves into octillery, despite them looking nothing alike. But more importantly, it seems octillery isn't poisonous, so its ink must be safe to eat after all. Ooh. I can't wait to gather up some ink and try creating lots of innovative new recipes. Once my new pickles are well and truly perfected, pop by for a taste, won't you, dear?" Then she gives them 5 bean cakes and an express candy as rewards. They put them in their packs and leave. Ash says, "We still need to find some wisps for the Spiritomb in Cobalt Coastlands, as well as the unknown." "Yeah." Serena says, "Let's do it." Irida is the only one confused about what they're doing, so Adaman has to be patient and tells her about the whole thing, and she is really shocked and horrified about the fact that Ash and Serena are finding souls as well as Pokemon that represents letters. The first wisp is located on a small island in the middle of the large lake in Bather's Lagoon. The second wisp is located on a small island in the ocean south of Deadwood Haunt. The third wisp is located atop a large grassy ridge overlooking Tranquility Cove just east of the Cobalt Coastlands starting base camp. The fourth wisp is located on the grassy mountainside slopes just southwest of the Ginkgo Landing. The fifth wisp is located on the small grassy rocks on the southern section of the beach at Ginkgo Landing. The sixth wisp is located on one of the small islands in the ocean north of Tombolo Walk. The seventh wisp is located at the edge of a long strip of sand near the 2 large rocky spikes east of Sand's Reach. The eighth wisp is located on a small rocky island in the water just west of the Sand's Reach. The ninth wisp is located at the topmost rocky edge of the island north of the Tranquility Cove. The 10th wisp is located on a set of grassy platforms on the side of the mountainside near the Veilstone Cape. The 11th wisp is located on a steep rocky structure northeast of Veilstone Cape. The 12th wisp is sitting alongside the northern mountainside located northeast of Veilstone Cape. The 13th wisp is located on a grassy plateau on the north end of Ginkgo Landing, east of Castaway Shore. The 14th wisp is located inside the mountain ridge just north of the spring path. The 15th wisp is located on the eastern edge of the circular structure surrounding the cave northwest of the spring path. The 16th wisp is located next to the mountainside at the northernmost point of the map near Islespy Shore. The 17th wisp is located on a very small island in the water at the northernmost point of the map, northwest of Molten Arena. The 18th wisp is located on an island with 2 trees southeast of Firespit Island. The 19th wisp is located on an island with a couple of rocks in the northeastern corner. And the final wisp is located amongst the lava pits on Firespit Island, just south of the cave entrance. As for the unknown, the first one is B, which says, "Turn your eyes up at the volcanic island." They find the Pokemon high on the volcano as they need to get it by throwing feather balls. The second one is N, which says, 2 horns rising from the sea. They find it at the east side of the eastmost horn that sticks out of the sea near Sand's Reach. They get it by jumping with Basculegion. The third one is Q, which says, "Twin trees at the spring by the sea." They find it in the tree to the left of the entrance to Turnback Cave. The fourth one is R, which says, "By the grave upon the cape." They find it at the cliff near the Arcanine's cave in Veilstone Cape. And the final one is Z, which says, A time-worn ship on a sandy shore. They find it on the mast of a shipwreck on the north coast of the Deadwood Haunt. They also find the verses in the ground. The third verse is in Apom Hill. No claws nor fangs, no strength to claim. No man could hope to hold his own to mighty Pokemon. But bolts of light rained down one day. 10 times they fell. 10 times struck true upon 10 Pokemon. Then to weak man did these 10 turn, his strength to be, and all were blessed by loyal Pokemon. Were not these bolts a gift to man? Were they not your almighty grace, great Sinnoh, Paragon? This might be about Pokemon's frenzy, Ash thinks. The fourth verse is in the Firespit Island. 10 Pokemon, the ancient hero's loyal retinue. Though these companions now are gone, their noble duty passes on to generations new. The people thank the 10 descendants for their generous toil by lining vessels built to last with water clear and choice repast before the arena's soil. Well, now this one is about the noble Pokemon. We just witnessed Arcanines, Serena thinks. The fifth verse is in the Spring Path. Long and longer yet ago, Celestica was here. But folk and town alike, both did disappear. In time, came new folk sailing, cross the sea, called by their love for Sinnoh, great and almighty. But different were the Sinnoh that each folk did hold dear, and bitter strife and angry war were always at the near. Celestica, they called themselves, the name not theirs to take. Yet claim it from the past they did, for tragic quarrels sake. So once again did our name live, though all our people gone. But even if the name endures, its heart does not live on. This one is about the Celestica flute, Ash thinks. And the final verse is 10th verse, which is located at Tranquility Cove. 'Twas long ago he earned the name, hero. He led his retinue, 10 Pokemon, against the almighty unknowable. In battle did his valiance proclaim at last the strength of humble humankind. The great unknowable approved this feat, and to its domain of no place returned. And this one is about the hero. Looks like there are something else, Serena says. I agree. Ash replies. Before the whole start of the Unknown and Spiritomb hunt, the group is also doing some tasks and capturing Pokemon. They find a man in front of the Galaxy Hall as he is selling candy. He says, "Can I interest you in a candy?" "Well, not for now," Ash says. "Now, before you buy a wee treat, lend me your ear a moment, would you, lads?" The man named Bon asks. "I came up with a new treat using candy truffles, but it's caused me nothing but sorrow. Every last person who tries it says it's beyond saving. A complete disaster. Utterly terrible. I've had to shelve this new creation, and there it remains, in a salty puddle of my bitter tears. It'll likely never see the light of day again. It seems like I'll never be able to pull a profit from my creation, but I'd at least like to share my recipe with someone, lest it is forgotten entirely. You like making things with your own hands, don't you? I could share my recipe with you. I've got plenty of candy truffles to spare. But you'll need to bring a sootfoot root, a springy mushroom, and a hopo berry. Got that?" "Sure," Ash says as they all buy the items from the craftworks, and then they give the ingredients to Bon. Then learn from the master. He starts to make the swap snack, and they realize it is for changing the offense stats with the defense stats of a Pokemon. Well, if that isn't just typical of our famed Survey Corps recruits. Took to it like a Finneon to water. It's a curious sort of mix-up, not at all what I was going for. But life serves up all kinds of surprises. And you Survey Corps folks end up fighting against all sorts of different Pokemon, don't you? If anyone can find good use for my swap snacks, I'm sure it would be someone like you." And back to the Cobalt Coastlands, they decide to see what's on the other side from the Vilestone Cape, and they find a lot of Hisui and Growlithe there. Come to think of it, we haven't captured any of them. "Yeah. Let's do it for now," Serena says. Growlithe's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number you've caught while they were sleeping. 1 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with water-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Fire Fang. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 150 Growlithe. Hisuian form. The Scout Pokemon. fire and rock type. They patrol their territory in pairs. I believe the igneous rock components in the fur of this species are the result of volcanic activity in its habitat. And with the fire stones in hand, they also evolve them into Arcanine. Arcanine's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Rock Slide. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Raging Fury. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Flare Blitz. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a Strong Style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you've seen it use an Agile Style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15. Hisui Dex entry number 151 Arcanine, Hisuian form. The legendary Pokemon. Fire and Rock type. Evolved from Growlithe with Fire Stone. Snaps at its foes with fangs cloaked in blazing flame. Despite its bulk, it deftly feints every which way, leading opponents on a deceptively merry chase as it all but dances around them. Wait, so this is the spring path? Ash says as they continue forward. Does that mean this is the send-off spring? So you know about this place. Rita says. Over there is the Turnback Cave. We don't know what it is doing inside, though. Ash knows that this is where they can find Giratina, and come to think about it, Dialga, Palkia, and then Giratina are the 3 Pokemon Arceus first created. But before he can think some more, they notice the Piplup evolution line and they want to capture it. I can't believe there are Piplup, Prinplup, and even an Alpha Empoleon here, Serena says. Yeah. This is really interesting, Ash says as they do the research. Piplup's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Bubble. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 161 Piplup. The penguin Pokemon. Water type. Prefers cold climes and appears along coasts. It's an adorable little thing. As cute as any child. But it's also prideful, unwilling to accept handouts from people. Prinplup's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Water Pulse. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Roost. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 162 Prinplup. The penguin Pokemon. Water type. Evolved from Piplup at LV. 16. It swims gracefully through the frigid sea and sings with a voice like the roaring tide. It has powerful, sturdy wings and dignity to match. Empoleon's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number defeated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've defeated with fighting type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Hydro Pump. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Wave Crash. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a Strong Style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hisui Dex entry number 163 Empoleon. The Emperor Pokemon. Water and Steel type. Evolved from Prinplup at LV. 36. Since ancient times, it has been revered by the people of Hisui, who call it the Master of the Waves. Its wings are a match for even master-crafted blades. And at the beaches, they can find Celio and Walrein, so they decide to do Celio since they haven't done it. Celio's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of you've defeated with rock-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Liquidation. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 144 Celio. The ball roll Pokemon. Ice and water type. Evolved from Spheal at LV. 32. Its white whiskers are very sensitive. Celio will balance Spheal on the tip of its nose, checking its scent and its feel to be sure the Spheal is healthy. After capturing some more Pokemon, they go back to the Coastlands camp to find a woman named Maris with a Piplup. The Piplup is not happy and Maris asks, "You're part of the Survey Corps, right? Could you help me out? It seems this Pokemon's so hungry that it can barely even move. I tried giving it food, but it wouldn't take a bite. I don't know if it's being stubborn or what. It showed some interest in plump beans, but it still wouldn't eat them." "Hey, didn't we get a recipe of bean cakes from the Craftworks?" Serena asks. "We can make them." "Oh, of course. If we make the plump beans extra tasty, I'm sure this little deer will eat them," Maris says. After Ash and Serena finish making the bean cakes, Ash feeds the Pokemon with the cake, and Piplup seems to enjoy the cake. Wonderful. It really seems to like that bean cake. After finishing eating, Piplup sits on the ground with a satisfied sigh. "Oh wow, it ate the whole thing already. It's got quite the appetite, that's for sure. I've quite taken a liking to little Piplup, and I don't think it's safe to let it wander around. I'll bring it back to the village and take care of it." Then she gives them 5 raspberries and 3 hyper potions for rewards. After that, they just leave and do another request. They go to the windbreak stand and see a man named Bosley. He says, "Hey, you there, Survey Corps kids. I need your help catching a Pokemon. The construction corps is busier than ever these days, making homes for all the new people in the village. We just don't have enough labor to handle everything. So we figured, why not try and see if Pokemon could help us out?" "Well, that sure is a good idea." Adaman nods. "I searched around a while for a reliable Pokemon that wouldn't need much training. And I was lucky enough to find an incredibly robust Pokemon called Machoke. Now, I'd love to get Machoke to join us myself. But I don't have the faintest idea how to go about catching such a strong-looking Pokemon. The first thing to do, then, is to learn more about Machoke. Show me its completed Pokédex entry." "Here you go," Ash says as he shows the man the entry. "So it likes grain, huh? And it certainly has a sturdy, powerful body. It would be the perfect addition to the construction corps," Bosley says as he goes to capture a Machoke. They are surprised to see that the man manages to capture one without any help. "Thanks to you, I was able to catch a Machoke. I guess I owe the Survey Corps one. It really seemed to enjoy the grain cake I threw at it. I promised we'd feed it lots of grain dishes, and that seems to be enough for it to help us," Bosley adds. "That's a good thing to know," Rita says. "You know, the recent exploits of the Survey Corps are what inspired me to get help from Pokemon in the first place. Keep up the good work, you hear?" He rewards them with 3 grid gravels and 2 ox. Power Guard, and after that, they decide to continue finding wisps and unknowns. After finding the last ones in the Firespit Island, Serena says, "It seems we have everything except for the Pokemon here on this island." "I know, I have seen an Alpha Ninetales, a Magby, and a Magmar. After those are done, we can just head back to the Jubilife village," Ash says. Ninetales research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of you've defeated with water type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use flamethrower. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use fire blast. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of different forms you've obtained. 2. Hisui Dex entry number 169 Ninetales. The fox Pokemon. Fire type. Evolved from Vulpix with Firestone. The coat of gleaming golden fur is quite magnificent. This species is said to store sacred power in its 9 long tails and to live for a millennium. Magby's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number you've caught while they were sleeping. 1 times you have seen it use Flame Wheel. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 174 Magby. The live coal Pokemon. Fire type. This Pokemon lives in volcanic areas. With each breath, sparks spurt from its mouth and nose. When Magby is in good health, its flames gain a yellow tint. Magmar's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with water-type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use flamethrower. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use fire blast. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 175 Magmar. The Spitfire Pokemon. Fire type. Evolved from Magby at LV. 30. Legend has it that this Pokemon was born from the crater of a volcano. When wounded, it bathes in lava to heal its body, much as one would soak in a hot spring. Before getting back to Jubilife Village, they get the news from Professor Laventon that they can get the 6th rank. So after getting back to the Jubilife Village, they go to Captain Silene and report her about the news. You have made progress. It seems you have earned yourself a star. After giving the stars, she says, have this as well. It is a further recipe you'll need for crafting. They get recipes for Ultra Balls and Max Potions, and they are delighted to have those. After getting out, since there are still some time before having dinner with Laventon and Akari, they decide to do another request from the board. Almus from the Agriculture Corps thinks he's discovered something about Combe's honey. Speak to the good fellow and help him out with his research. After reading the request, they also go outside to find Zeke again. He says, there you are, I've been looking for you. My sister Wanda went off to the Cobalt Coastlands, and she never came back. Again. Ash asks. I've asked her fellows in the Security Corps to be on the lookout, but they haven't found her. I'm so worried. Do you think you can find her? You can use that old kerchief of hers again, if you need to track her down by her scent. Please find Wanda again for me. She should be somewhere in the Cobalt Coastlands. Arita asks, so we also need to find someone missing? This is the second time after all. Adaman replies. They find Almus in his quarters, and he says, listen, I've been gathering Combe honey for work, and I'm starting to think that their honey's flavor varies between groups of Combe. I'd like to look into the differences more, but that'd mean collecting honey from Combe hives in all sorts of areas, and that's a bit too much for this lone fella. That's where you come in. I'd love it if you could bring me Combe from 3 different areas. First, get me a Combe from Grueling Grove, would you? Ash and Serena are now stunned as they don't remember which Combe they catch are from Grueling Grove. But of all the Combe they catch, they manage to find one and bring it to Almus. I'll just have myself a little sample of its honey. Almus says as he tastes the honey, and he says, that's exactly what honey should be. Tastes like a distilled drop of nutritious, forest-wide goodness. But I get the feeling it doesn't quite taste like honey from other areas. I'll make sure to memorize this flavor. Let's move on. 2 more places to check. The next Combe I'm after lives on Apom Hill. Could you bring me one from there? Ash and Serena take the second Combe to Almus, and he also tastes the sample of honey. Not too heavy on the sweetness. Just honey, plain and simple. And good enough to serve as a special treat on its own. This one definitely tasted different from the Grueling Grove honey. I'll make sure to memorize this flavor. All right, here's the last of these errands. Could you bring me a Combe from Ramana's Island? They also recognize this one since they know for sure it is hard to catch one on Ramana's Island. After bringing it to Almus, he tastes the honey. This type of honey just begs to be stirred into a cup of tea. Must be something different about the flowers. So Combe in different areas make differently flavored honey. What a delightfully mysterious bunch they are. Just think how many different clusters of Combe there are in the Obsidian Fieldlands alone. I'm getting the urge to go collect more honey. Thanks for helping me confirm my suspicions. Have some of my hand-selected dazzling honey. And they get 3 king's leaves and 3 dazzling honey from the man as rewards, and then they do the last request for today. After getting back to Cobalt Coastlands, they use Ursaluna to find Wanda on the island close to the Alpha Octillery. She says, oh, Ash and Serena. You came to find me? I got the old heave-ho from this Machop. See, and Splash! It was right into the sea for me. And then I couldn't swim back to the shore on my own, so I was just stranded. So, please, can you help me get back home? Sure. Just be careful next time. Serena sighs as they let her ride with Serena back to the shore. Thanks a million for your help, Ash and Serena. Wanda says after everyone is back at the Ginkgo landing. I'll pay you back somehow. My oh my. That basculegion sure is something. It zips right through the water, even with the weight of a person or two on its back. Amazing. Yeah. Ash sighs as they all go back to the Galaxy Hall to find Zeke. Wanda made it back home safe again. I really can't thank you enough. I knew I wouldn't be wrong to ask you again. You're still as good as everyone says you are. And that Ursaluna is amazing, too. Not many can track a scent even across rivers and seas. If I could ever learn to live with Pokemon myself, a Pokemon like that Ursaluna sure would be nice. Yeah, a Pokemon that's great at finding things. Zeke gives them a star piece as a reward, and once it is done, they decide to find Laventon and Akari as they have dinner with them. Benny brings a plate of mochis to the table and says, if you notice that today's potato mochi tastes a bit different, well, that's because I used a Pokemon's flames to roast him. Bon appetit. After he leaves, Laventon says, the birth of a new Lord Pokemon. What a sight that must have been. If only I had journeyed to Firespit Island to witness the event myself. Akari says, I have a hard time imagining you making that trip on Basculegion's back, Professor. Come now, you know my coordination is so poor I couldn't even hit my own foot with a Pokeball. And I can't dodge Pokemon attacks to quite literally save my own skin, of course. I can't possibly ride atop a fearsome beast like Basculegion. That being said, we'd all do well to remember these wise words. The ever-striving soul is rewarded in the end. And strive I shall. For the sake of my research, I will surely ride a Pokemon one day and record the experience in our Pokédex for all posterity. Just you watch. Yeah, sure. Adaman says, and I never thought that you even have the leader of the Pearl Clan helping you out. Akari says, just what did you two do? It's a long story. Serena says with a smile, and so far we have collected a lot of data. I must say we have already recorded over 151 Pokemon. Yeah, but there are some more that we haven't recorded, Ash says. They also tell them about how Ash and Adaman are sworn siblings, while Serena and Irida are the same. They also have to see them argue over trivial things as they sigh a lot. After the dinner is over, Irida and Adaman go back to their clans for rest, and Ash and Serena are now at their quarters, thinking of those people back in their world. I can't believe that we managed to be proved innocent, Bonnie says with a happy tone. I mean, now they won't treat us as criminals, right? Salon says, you're right about that. But that doesn't mean Trip and the others are getting away from this. It is just to get us out of the wanted list. But why would they hold this trial in the Unova region? I mean, it is very far from Alola. Sophocles whines a little. Because the other courts are already occupied. Delia says to them as she and Lily are walking towards them. Lily says, I have called Ash to let him know about your trials. And he will like to talk to you guys once the court is over. Which means now. The group gulps a little as they are going to talk to Ash and Serena. But they know that it is their fear that causes them to believe they are guilty. So they are not going to show that fear again. After Ash and Serena get the call, the group can't believe that he is still alive, even though he might have some small injuries on their skins. Ash says, so I heard that you guys are proved innocent for seemingly killing us. Ash. Is that really you? Brock decides to be the first one to talk, and Ash says, we're the real deal, just in different times. My mother must have explained to you all about this, so I'll make it clear. Ash takes a breath and says, I'm also in the wrong too. When Serena was attacked, I was blinded by my rage because she doesn't have anything to do with any of this, and yet she has to suffer with me. So you will forgive us? Dawn asks in delight. Serena and I have already talked, and we decide to forgive you guys. This causes them to be happy, and Ash says, but I will need your help. Those real murderers are on the loose, right? I want you guys to help the police to capture those people. We will not let them get away after what they have done to you too. Brock says, you can count on us. Good. Now Serena and I won't be back in the real world unless Arceus says so. Ash says. I hope you guys are having a good day. After ending the call, The group is now relieved. So now that we are here, what should we do now? Bonnie asks. How about we take the subway back to Nimbasa City so that we can go back to Ether Foundation? Salon asks. After all, the battle subway is one of the famous attractions in Unova. That will be great. Lily says, you guys should take a small break right now, and then we will try to find a way to search for those traitors. As they are on the train, Salon is greeted by the conductor Emmett. He says, I heard the news, congratulations on proving innocent. Thanks, Emmett. But only you as the conductor. Where's Ingo? Salon asks. Who is Ingo? Sophocles asks, and Emmett says, Ingo is my brother, and we have been working together as the conductors of the battle subway, but he has gone missing one day, and some say that the last place he was seen is in Sinnoh region's Spear Pillar. Why would he go there? Dawn asks. I have no idea, but even though he is missing, I can't let his dream of being the best conductor goes to waste. That's why I'm still here working with the battle subway. I see. Salon nods as they continue to enjoy the view or talk with Emmett about the trains. The next day has arisen, and Ash and Serena are now outside the quarters as they are doing some morning exercise. But after a while, they see a man walking towards them, and Ash recognizes the man looking the same as one of the conductors in the Unova region. Good morning, good sir who came from the sky, the man says. Commander Kamado told me to let you know he awaits your arrival in his office. Okay. Ash says with confusion as to the man leaving. Serena asks, Ash? What's with that expression? Sorry, I think I have met the man's descendants back in our world. They're the conductors of the battle subway in the Unova region, Ash says. Is that so? Serena says. Then again, we met a lot of people who we know their descendants. After getting to the office, Adaman and Arita are also there. Kamado says, Ash and Serena, I have your next orders. You must go to the Coronet Highlands to quell another frenzied noble, Electrode, Lord of the Hollow. Electrode? Ash and Serena are confused. They know for sure that Electrode looks like their Pokeballs in their own world, but they never knew that this Pokemon already exists in this timeline. Adaman says, Electrode has a propensity to store up electricity in its body, then unleash it. But since Electrode became frenzied, those electrical outbursts have become giant blasts. And we Peel Clan are going to aid in securing you safe passage to Electrode's seat. Arita says, we. And no. You don't have permission to go up the. Just then, they turn around to see a man managing to get past the guard. Oh, save it, as if I'll be stopped by the likes of you. Now, out of my way. The man in sight is a blue-haired man with the Diamond Clan outfit. Hey, ho, Bossman Kamado. I thought it might have slipped your mind to send me an invite, so I took the liberty of stopping by anyway. Adaman frowns, Melly. Where are your manners? We're having an important conversation. Well, there's your issue right here, Adaman. How exactly did you intend to discuss Electrode without me? It's Mighty Warden. Here to weigh in? Melly asks. So he is the Warden of Electrode. Ash mutters to Serena. I don't think I like this guy, Serena replies. There's no more to discuss. We've already asked Ash and Serena to quell the Lord of the Hollow. Arita says to the sudden appearance. Shut up, you Pearl Clan leader, I'm talking to Adaman, not you, Melly says, and it causes Arita to growl in anger. Don't you yell at her, Melly. Adaman says to him. She is an important guest here as well. Arita is surprised to see that Adaman stands up for her, and Melly just chuckles and says, Ah, come on. Is it Emmy you're trying to humiliate here or our entire clan? Besides, do you really think these flimsy little noodles can quell Electrode? Excuse me. Ash and Serena are now furious. Watch your words, you're talking about my sworn brother and his girlfriend. Adaman glares at Melly before turns to Kamado and apologizes. Commander, I'm sincerely sorry for this heedless interruption. Pay it no mind. It seems even Security Corps personnel I trained myself cannot stop one so capable as Warden Melly. That being said. Yes? Adaman asks. It is clear that the Security Corps needs even further rounds of training from me later, Kamado says. Hear that, Melly? Adaman is frustrated. The Security Corps will sob themselves to sleep tonight, thanks to you. The commander's sumo moves can send even boulders flying. Before they can argue, Kamado says, Now. That will do. Ash and Serena, you have your orders. See to it that electrode is quelled. Warden Melly, of course we would appreciate your help if there's anything you might assist with. Will do. Ash and Serena say in unison. Now go. Kamado says as they get downstairs to the first floor. Listen, Melly. The Galaxy team. Well, at least, Ash and Serena are amazing, and we'll prove it. Follow me outside. As they head outside, Adaman says, all right, Ash and Serena. Go around with me. 2-on-1, are you sure? Ash asks. Of course. Melly, make sure you watch closely, now, Adaman says. Melly just wants to get this over with. Ash goes with Infernape while Serena goes with Machoke to battle Adaman's Leafeon and Eevee. Eevee puts a hard fight by going for Iron Tail at Machoke, but it is defeated by Cross Chop. As for Leafeon, it manages to deal some damage from Charm and Dig attack, but Infernape's Raging Fury manages to knock it out. You see how good Ash and Serena are now, yes? No more sneering at them. Adaman turns to Melly who sighs, HMPH. Arita says, now before my words are cut off by that man over there, I was saying that we have appointed a helper and he will be meeting you at the training grounds once you're ready. Adaman notices Melly's face and he says, Melly, shift yourself, unless you want to get even more of an earful than you're already due for. Ah, see, Mon. Adaman. Cut me some slack here, Melly says as he leaves. Ash and Serena. Just then, Captain Silene arrives and she says, join me in the Survey Corps office. We'll go over the particulars of your new mission. Then we'll be waiting for you at the training grounds. Arita says as both Adaman and Arita leave while Ash and Serena get into the hall. Inside the Galaxy Hall, Ash and Serena are standing in front of Silene's desk. She says, your survey work will take you to the Coronet Highlands next. You'll be on the Rift's doorstep. There's no telling what perils await. Your current rank qualifies you to conduct research in the Coronet Highlands. But you will need help from a particular person to survey and ultimately quell this electrode. Go to the training grounds. You should find them there. Ash and Serena nod as they head to the training grounds, and they find Adaman and Arita with a man they just met before meeting Kamado. Arita says, hello Ash and Serena. This gentleman is Warden Ingo who serves Sneasler. He will guide you to her domain. Ingo. Ash widens his eyes as it is the same name as one of the conductor brothers. Ingo says, pleased to properly meet you. I apologize for that abrupt how do you do before. I am the Warden Ingo. I understand you'll need a hand from Sneasler in order to meet Electrode. Whether she'll see fit to help you, however, we can only find out by making the journey. Now, let's have a safe journey to Mount Coronet. All aboard. Ingo's a bit like you know. Arita adds. Like us. What do you mean? Ash asks. He appeared one day from who knows where. What's more, much of his memory seems to be missing. Arita frowns. Maybe traveling with you will help fill in some of the gaps in his memory, Adaman says. Ash gasps, which means this man Ingo might be actually from the same world as them. He makes a note to contact Lily after. Serena turns to Ash and says, Ash, you don't think this man here is? Maybe. I was thinking of contacting Lily for the news, Ash says. Inside the carriage, due to the fact that Ingo, Adaman, and Arita are sharing the same carriage, Ash and Serena are now alone in another one. They use the chance to call Lily. Calling so soon, Ash? Lily asks. I mean, we were just arriving at Nimbasa City. Unova? Ash asks, that's great. I want to ask about the conductor brothers in the battle subway. We just met one of them named Emmett. Why? Lily asks. What about his brother Ingo? Serena asks. Have you met him? Lily shakes her head and says, no, he said that his brother went missing when he traveled to the Sinnoh region. Some witnesses said that his last appearance is at the Spear Pillar. Why do you ask? Well, in Hisui, there are some people who are like the trial captains from Alola, and they call them the wardens. And our next warden is also Ingo, so I was suggesting. You think that he also traveled back in time? Lily gasps. What does he think? He lost his memories, so we can't really confirm about that, Serena says. But this is getting really weird. Anyway, is Professor Oak with you? Ash asks. There is another Pokemon that I need to ask about. Professor Oak is still at the Ether Foundation, but I can just use my laptop to get him. Lily replies as she quickly turns on the laptop so that they can see Professor Oak. Well, hello, Ash and Serena. What kind of Pokemon do you want to ask about? How do you know we are going to ask a Pokemon, Professor? Ash asks. Just a guess. Oak chuckles. We want to know a Pokemon called Sneasler, if you may, Serena says. Sneasler. Oak says as he reads the ancient books, and he says, Sneasler is an evolved form of the Hisuian form of Sneasel. It is a fighting and poison type. But I thought that Weavile is also found in the Sinnoh region. Ash says. How come there is a Hisuian form of Sneasel? Hisuian form of Sneasel almost goes extinct because of the Jotonian Sneasels coming into the Sinnoh region. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Maybe the Sinnoh region now is not suitable for the Hisuian form of Sneasel to thrive, and Jotonian Sneasel might become the main Sneasel in the world right now. Professor Oak suggests. I guess that might make sense. We do have a Weavile with us, but we caught it in a space-time rift. Serena says. Maybe Jotonian forms of Sneasel or Weavile aren't supposed to be found in this Hisui region, just like how Porygon and Magnemite aren't supposed to be found here as well. Yeah. But the question is how the space-time rifts here are formed. Ash says. That is something we really need to know about. Now back to the topic. Sneasler is the evolution of Hisuian Sneasel. To evolve it, you need to use the Razor Claw, but daytime rather than the nighttime. Oak says. That's all it is said here. Lily says, I hope the information is good enough. Thanks, Lily, Professor Oak. Ash and Serena ends the call as they realize they are about to arrive at the Coronet Highlands. So that confirms a lot of things. Ash says, first, Ingo is from our world, and maybe the fall from that world to here causes them to lose his memories. But we didn't lose our memories. Serena says, do you think Arceus is the one that made us keep our memories? I guess so. And I don't think Arceus is the one that brings Ingo to this world, Ash says. After arriving at Coronet Highlands camp, Ash and Serena are in awe at the close sight of Mount Coronet. Ash says, Mount Coronet. And the spear pillar is just up there. Thinking of bad memories of Team Galactic again? Serena asks with a frown. You have no idea. Ash says. The world was about to be destroyed because of them. Professor Laventon walks towards them and he says, there you are. Welcome to Coronet Highlands. I expect you'll find all sorts of rock-type and ground-type Pokemon wandering about these craggy, boulder-strewn heights. And up there, right beneath that great rift in space-time, is the peak of Mount Coronet itself. The magnetism from it may well exert some sort of influence on the Pokemon throughout the area. Fascinating stuff. Yeah. Ash says as they walk on the heavenward lookout. They also find Adaman, Irida, and Ingo in front of the cave. The electrode known as the Lord of the Hollow is somewhat different from the electrode I recall. But its electrical discharges, at least, are familiar. One false step around it could put you in danger, Ingo says. Indeed. If you're going to face it, you might consider catching Pokemon that can withstand electricity, Irida adds. We got a couple of those, Ash says, and Pikachu nods in agreement. It must be difficult being a Pokemon, don't you think? Especially one as irritable as Electrode. Ingo sighs. Then becoming frenzied, to boot. So true. It's a tough old life for Pokemon and humans alike. Just then, Melly also arrives, and he says, well. Adaman, Warden Ingo and leader Irida of the Pearl Clan. And, oh my, the Galaxy team grunts from before. You're punching well above your weight to seek out the great Electrode, Lord of the Hollow. But, be the sheer tenderness of my heart, I'll grant you a trial to see if you're worthy. Didn't I just prove them they're worthy? Adaman rolls his eyes. The greatest obstacle you'll ever face awaits you right here. Battle me, if you dare, Melly says. If you? Before Ash can say anything, Serena quickly covers his mouth and says, no, Ash. We're not going to waste our time battling. HMPH, well then, let me tell you the great Melly's take on this whole situation. Melly says. The frenzy of our nobles is nothing other than a mark of Almighty Sinnoh's favor and protection. Why? Because it makes them stronger. Do I really need to spell out that that's a good thing? Are you kidding me right now? Irida mutters. We must let my lord frenzy as it may, to demonstrate to Almighty Sinnoh that the Diamond Clan lives as is right and good, Melly says. This may even be, dare I say it, the very reason I am here on this earth. How many times do I need to tell you, Adaman says. Being frenzy is not right and good, so we should let Ash and Serena handle this. What business is it of the Galaxy teams, anyway, if Electrode lets loose a few sparks out here in the mountains? Really, you should do us all a favor and slink back home to that village of yours, rather than persist in this folly. And with that, bon voyage. After he leaves, Arita says, Adaman, why do you keep that guy in your team anyway? He is so selfish. Indeed. These frenzies cause the Pokemon themselves such suffering, Ingo agrees. Trust me, there are some times I really want to kick him out of the clan, but I can't do it because of his family status. Adaman turns to Ash and Serena. But what is it you want to do, Ash and Serena? We're going to continue on. We already endure a lot of taunts, this won't harm us, Ash says. Very well. The tracks ahead will be perilous, but I pride myself on safe driving, Ingo nods. To meet Sneasler, Ash and Serena, you must pass through here. Wayward Cave. Here you'll find Pokemon like Golbat and their ilk, which are quite at home navigating in the dark. It's quite dim inside, so you'll need to watch your step. We will. Ash says as they enter the Wayward Cave. But inside the cave, Arita says, well, this is odd. The torches that light the way through the cave are gone. Could this be Melly attempting to obstruct us? Or maybe Melly did it to keep the Pokemon safe from the light? Ash asks. I mean, I met some Pokemon who hate the light. Why are you helping Melly? We all know how selfish that guy might be. Do you think he will do such a thing? Arita asks. I don't know. Ash lowers his head. Either way, there's no need for concern. I know my route, and I'll conduct us safely. No darkness nor foul weather will delay us. Onward we roll. Take care not to come uncoupled from me. As Ingo leads the way, they walk in the cave and he mutters, I recall, faintly, that I had a partner once. A precious one. Really? Serena asks. Its name escapes me, but I remember that it wielded flames with mastery, Ingo says. If only it were here, I'm sure it would light the way, luring us onward. Ash knows that the Pokemon he is talking about is Chandelure. After all, he loses the battle to him back then. Please forgive the unscheduled stop. I detected an Alpha Crobat to our right, Ingo says. Under normal circumstances, I doubt its presence would obstruct someone so competent as you. But given the poor visibility, I propose a track change in the interest of safety. You don't need to do that. This is our chance to record this Pokemon, Ash says as Serena nods. Ingo looks at Arita, who sighs and says, let them do it for now, I'm sure they're really capable. Crobat's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number you've caught while they were in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number defeated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number of you've defeated with ice-type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use cross-poison. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use leech life. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile-style move. 1, 3, 10, 30, 70. Hisui Dex entry number 36 Crobat. The Bat Pokemon. Poison and Flying type. Evolved from Golbat with high friendship. Its hind limbs have become another set of wings. Crobat expertly maneuvers its 4 wings to dart in exquisite fashion through even the most confined caves without losing any speed. Now if you're done, please follow me. Take care not to come uncoupled from me, Ingo says as they continue moving. Ingo adds, I'm starting to recall a man who looked like me. We'd battle and discuss Pokemon, I think. The words, I like winning more than anything else, flashed through my mind just now. Ash sighs and says, Ingo, the person you mentioned, do you think it might be your brother? It could be. Ingo says, we'll soon be arriving at Wayward Cave's exit. Even if the memories themselves have faded, it appears much still lives on in my heart. That's good to know. Serena says. So you think that Warden Ingo is from the same place as you two? Arita asks. It is not impossible. Ash says, in our world, There is a person named Ingo and his brother Emmett who owns the battle subway. I battled them once and I lost. Against his fire-type Pokemon. I see. Adaman says, maybe asking you two to recover his memory might be a good idea. This is fine progress. We're nearly home free. Ingo says as they stop at a pond, then they notice the torches on the ground. Let me put those torches back where they belong. This darkness could be perilous for the next person to pass through here. As Ingo goes to do his work, they feel the ground shaking a little and Ash asks, what's going on here? I have no idea. Serena says as the four of them start looking around. Just then, out of the ground, a Gibble pops out of the ground and bites on Ash's head. Ash. The other three are worried, but Ash just quickly grabs the Pokemon and asks, Gibble? Is that really you? Gibble just nods, and Serena asks, wait, you're Gibble? You have a Pokemon that could potentially become a strong Pokemon like Garchomp? Yeah. But now that I think of it, I never trained that much with Gibble. Ash says. But anyway, welcome back to the team. Arita asks, so this Gibble was from the space-time rift like you two? Adaman says, interesting. Gibble's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with ice-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Twister. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Slash. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of different forms you've obtained. 2 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 187 Gibble. The land shark Pokemon. Dragon and ground type. It nests in caves untouched by sunlight. Its sharp teeth may fall out when worn away or after an impact, but they regrow within a few days. But after getting the Pokeball back, Ash notices that Gibble starts to glow and now it becomes a Gabite, and then it glows again to become a Garchomp. Wow, now you're a Garchomp. Garchomp carefully nibs on Ash's head, and Serena says, it reminds me of Noivern. But still, Garchomp is probably the greatest choice if we are going to fight Electrode. Ingo also comes back and says, I beg your pardon for the delay. I have lit and returned the torches. My safety concerns have been addressed. Ready for departure. Ash nods as he recalls Garchomp back into the Pokeball. Ingo adds, if you follow the track marked by the torches, you'll reach the terminus of this cave. After doing some Golbats, Barboaches, and Whiscash, they finally get out of the cave, and Ingo says, Professor Laventon told me how you two fell to this land from the sky. But what about you? Did you fall through the sky like us? Ash asks. For my part, I simply found myself one day here in Hisui, a region whose name I'd never heard. All I could remember was my own name. I was still standing there in bafflement when the Pearl clan came to my aid. I showed a natural affinity for taming Pokemon, which is why I eventually became a warden, Ingo says. His skills are similar to you too, Arita says, if you think of it. But still I wonder what my true purpose is here. Ingo shakes his head and says, but now I've sidetracked us with this talk. Let's hurry onward. Ash and Serena nod as they go into the Wayward Wood, hoping everything can go smoothly. As they are walking on the road, they notice a shaking ore. After using the Pokemon to break it, they find a Bronzor inside. Ash and Serena decide to use the chance to record them. Bronzor's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of large specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with fire-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Confusion. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've seen leap out of ore deposits. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 180 Bronzor. The bronze Pokemon, Steel and Psychic type. Floats using a mysterious energy. The pattern engraved upon its back is held as sacred and can sometimes be found in imagery from ancient cemeteries and other such time-worn places. And here we are, at the ancient quarry, Ingo says, but then they also see Melly standing there. What's the big idea, putting back all the torches I spent ages tidying away? Melly asks with annoyance. Do you get some sort of amusement stomping around and ruining people's noble deeds? Oh. Rendering a cave impassable to people who venture inside hardly seems noble to me, Ingo replies. HMPH. Well, this just goes to show that even we wardens don't always see eye to eye. Melly sighs. I extinguished those lights for the sake of the Pokemon in that cave who prefer the dark. But now you louts have put my efforts to waste. If you think I'll just let you saunter ahead to meet Lord Electrode, you're sorely mistaken. The only way you're getting past me is if you defeat my partner Pokemon. Arita turns to Ash and Serena. What will you do, Ash and Serena? I'm going to battle him, Ash says. But Ash. Serena tries to complain until Adaman says, let him do it, Serena. Melly really needs a lesson from this. Are you underestimating me? Adaman? My Stuntank can show these louts the true meaning of silent but deadly, Melly says. Ash goes for Garchomp to battle the Skuntank, and Skuntank goes with the Night Slash. But Garchomp uses Dragon Claw to clash with each other. Ash says, since you're now a Garchomp, let's see if you can do this. Draco Meteor. Garchomp fires the meteor into the sky and lands on Skuntank, one-shotting it in the end. Ash says, how is it, huh? Admit defeat. Listen here. Neither I nor Skuntank admit defeat just yet. Our challenge to you still stands, Melly says with malice. However, I will withdraw to afford Skuntank time to recover. There's no shame in a tactical retreat. It's more of an advance. If you think about it, keep your guard up, we'll be back. After that, Melly walks away, and Ingo comments, what a lovely character. I agree. Arita nods. I can't fathom Warden Melly's intentions, but for now, let's keep going. You're right. As they enter the ancient quarry, they find themselves in some sort of temple-like area even though they just entered through a cave. Adaman says, this is the ancient quarry. The stones used to build the temple atop this mountain were all cut from this place. Whether by humans and Pokemon working as one, or by the labor of Pokemon alone, I cannot say. The stones that were left behind should serve to cover us from the gazes of wild Pokemon, Ingo says. Well, that will be convenient if we want to dodge the attacks before sending out our Pokemon to fight, Serena says. Ah. There you are. They turn around to see Volo again. Ingo asks, Volo, was it? What is the matter, sir? I wanted to ask about that memory loss of yours. Have you considered that it could have somehow been caused by the space-time rift? I have no cause to think the rift is to blame. But then again, I hardly remember a thing, so it's difficult to say with certainty. Ingo sighs. I can't remember my own home, nor my family, if I had any. So you might do better to pose your questions to Ash and Serena, I think, if it's to do with that rift. Indeed. Well, I do hope your memories return, Warden Ingo. Volo nods. How about you, then, Ash and Serena? Do you remember what you saw before you fell out of that rift? Was there anything inside? Ash and Serena don't know why, but they think it will be better than no one knows what they have seen. Ash says, there may be something inside. Interesting. You see, personally, I suspect that whatever is on the other side of that rift is causing the strange lightning that plagues us, Volo says. Wait a second, are you sure about that? Adaman asks. Indeed. I did some digging and found records indicating that this same space-time rift also appeared in Hisui in the distant past. Volo smiles. That's why we already had a name for it as it appeared, in fact. Now, what kind of world do you suppose stretches out on the other side of the rift? You don't think it might be the almighty Sinnoh's realm? Arita asks. But then that begs the question. Why has the space-time rift reopened when it closed once so long ago? And why would Ash and Serena have fallen through to us? Volo also asks. There's just so much we don't know. I fervently hope you unravel this mystery, Volo. Ingo says. I'm sure it would ease people's fears over the frenzies of our nobles. And while you investigate, sir, I'll continue to prioritize the safety of the people living in this world. Oh, I am a mere admirer of ruins and little more. If something needs investigating, then I would entrust that task to Ash and Serena. Until next time, then. After that, he leaves, and Serena says, still, Even if that something inside must be the almighty Sinnoh, why would he send us here in Hisui when we could just have stayed at our world? No idea. That's why we came to Hisui to figure it out, Ash says. Indeed. We're all in this together, we shouldn't doubt about you too since we choose this path, Arita adds. Adaman says, agreed, maybe time will tell everything, Adaman says. Ingo looks in front and says, once we're through here, it will be just a little further. Let us move with speed. But not haste. As they continue further, they also find a bronzong in the area as they decide to capture it. Bronzong's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number of alpha specimens caught. 1 number defeated. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of you've defeated with ghost-type moves. 1, 2, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use flash cannon. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use extrasensory. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 181 Bronzong. The Bronze Bell Pokemon. Steel and Psychic type. Evolved from Bronzor at LV. 33. Some believe that its bell-like cry opens holes to another world. It has been revered as a deity since ancient times. After getting outside of the ancient quarry, they find themselves on sonorous path with Tedirsa and Ursering. They try to dodge them and also capture some of them for the Dex, and then they eventually arrive at the Clamberclaw Cliffs. Ingo says, you would never expect to be able to climb such sheer cliffs as these, yes? This sure is very huge. Ash takes a breath after seeing the cliff. But with Sneasler as an ally, it becomes the work of a moment, Arita says. She is so at home on a cliff face, one might think she knew some secret, some hidden move. Ingo says, and then he realizes, what am I saying? Hidden moves? There are no such things in Hisui, surely. But there are in my world, does that mean you remember something? Serena asks. I feel as though I was on the cusp of remembering something just now. Just who was I before I came to Hisui? If you fell from the sky. You come from another world altogether, most likely. Perhaps a Pokemon battle with you would job this memory loose. Ingo says. Would you honor me with a battle? Serena says, I'll do it. All abroad, then, Machoke, prepare for departure. Ingo sends out his first Pokemon, which is Machoke, and Serena goes with Sylveon to battle. The battle is easy for Sylveon as it uses Play Rough to defeat Machoke. The next Pokemon is Tangela, and Serena switches into Walrein, using the Blizzard to knock it out cold. And the final Pokemon is Gliscor, which Ash also wonders if he can find his own Gliscor here. And Serena's Walrein also uses Blizzard to defeat it. Nice job, Serena. Arita says, you're also a strong battler as well. Just because you see Ash battle a lot of times doesn't mean I'm weak. Serena smiles. After all, I learn a lot from Ash. Bravo. Excellent. Ingo says. Your talent has brought you to the destination called victory. Now, allow me to call Sneasler. He takes out the Celestica flute and blows the melody, and when they look up at the cliff, a tall Pokemon is just standing there looking down on them. Then it jumps and puts its claws into the cliff face and climbs down to their level. Allow me to introduce you, Ash and Serena. This keen-clawed Pokemon is Sneasler, Ingo says. It sure looks like a Sneasel's evolution, Serena says. Would you be so kind as to play your flute for her to hear? Ingo asks, and Serena takes out the flute to blow the melody. Sneasler nods and takes out a plate from its fur. Ash says, that's a toxic plate. A stone tablet imbued with the essence of poison. Ash takes the plate and reads the words, the rules of time and space change within the opposite world. I'm afraid this is my final stop. Please proceed up the cliffs with Sneasler's aid and quell the Lord up in the mountains, Ingo says. But what about you? Arita asks. I will return to Jubilife Village. Please convey my well wishes to Warden Melly. Now then, all aboard, Ingo says as Ash and Serena nod. But after Ingo leaves, Ash asks, but that begs the question. How is Sneasler going to carry us to the top? There are 4 of us. You're right about that question. Arita says. See the back of this noble Pokemon? They notice a small carriage that makes Ash reminded of the flying taxi's cabinet behind Sneasler's back. But the problem is that it can only carry one person. I guess we will need Sneasler to climb the same cliff 4 times, Ash says. Inconvenient it seems, but maybe we should see if there's another way to climb up the cliffs. Serena says as the others nod as they continue moving further. Ash, Serena, Adaman, and Arita decide to climb the Clamberclaw cliffs after checking if there are places they can climb. They get to the Lonely Spring and find only Golducks and Carnivine there. After that, they also find an Alpha Bronzong in some sort of land, and after that, they decide to just climb the cliffs. Ash is the first one as he reaches the top, which Sneasler brings Serena to the top. She opens the lid to find Ash on the ground by a Pokemon. Ash, are you alright? Serena asks with a panic. Don't worry, Serena. It's my old pal Gliscor. Ash chuckles as the Pokemon just gets off Ash and winks at Serena, causing her to sweat drop a little. Okay. So you do have another Groudon-type Pokemon, Serena says. Ash sighs, yeah. And I am glad to see Gliscor as well. That means the whole Sinnoh gang is back. After recalling Gliscor, they also notice some Gligar as they decide to do some research tasks while waiting for Adaman and Arita. Gligar's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of you've defeated with Ice-type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use Mud Bomb. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 number of different forms you've obtained. 2 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 185 Gligar. The Flyscorpion Pokemon. Ground and flying type. Its tail is tipped by a thick, horrible stinger. To bring down prey, it will first obscure their vision by covering their faces with its body, and then it will use the stinger to inject them with venom. They also notice a Magnezone in the sky, as they decide to use the wing balls to catch it. Magnezone's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number you've caught while they were in the air. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Flash Cannon. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Thunderbolt. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 179 Magnezone. The Magnet Area Pokemon, Electric and Steel type. Evolved from Magneton at Mount Coronet. I theorize that a special magnetic field influenced this Pokemon, changing its molecular structure and causing it to evolve. It emits strange radio waves towards space from its antenna. And as they continue climbing, they find an Alpha Gabite with some Gibble. Ash decides to do the Gabite research tasks as well. Gabite's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of you've defeated with Dragon-type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Dragon Claw. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 number of different forms you've obtained. 2 number you've evolved. 1, 2, 3. Hisui Dex entry number 188 Gabite. The Cave Pokemon. Dragon and Ground type. Though Gabite are usually of a violent disposition, when I gave one a glass bead it had been eyeing covetously, it suddenly became quite docile. When they reach the Celestica ruins, it is already nighttime. Arita says, "This here is the Celestica ruins. You can see the almighty Sinnoh's statue here." I agree what you said. Adaman says. Ash and Serena look around to find a Nosepass, and they decide to capture it for their Pokédex. Nosepass research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 6, 12, 25 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with Grass-type moves. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Iron Defense. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've seen leap out of ore deposits. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number you've evolved. 1 investigated an old saying about nosepass handiness. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 190 Nosepass. The compass Pokemon. Rock type. Once the people of Hisui discovered that its red nose always points north, they grew to rely on it greatly when traveling afar. The nose seems to work in a similar way to ancient compasses. And they also find some mischievous since it is night time. They also capture them for the Pokédex. Mischievous research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number caught at night. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 number you've caught without being spotted. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you have seen it use hex. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 197 Mischievous. The Screech Pokemon. Ghost type. It conceals itself in darkness, sending chills up travelers' spines with its childlike weeping. As it observes the frightened travelers with glee, the red orbs upon its chest let off an eerie light. That isn't the almighty Sinnoh. I'm sure that this is the one. Ash and Serena hear Arida's yelling as they sigh, and just as they thought, Adaman and Arida are fighting over Dialga and Palkia again. I'm sure that almighty Sinnoh is a fake. This one is the real deal, Adaman replies. Enough, you two, Ash says, causing them to be surprised. We are not here for arguing about the almighty Sinnoh. We're here to calm Electrode's frenzy. So no fighting for now. Adaman and Arida sigh a little as Ash is right, but then they glare a little before they all get to the sacred plaza. At the plaza, what shocks Ash and Serena a lot is that the fact they find Rotom in the area. Wow, I can't believe we can find Rotom here. Now I start to miss my Rotom phone or Rotom Dex, Ash says. I know what you mean. Serena nods. Rotom's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Thundershock. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of different forms you've obtained. 2, 4, 6. Hisui Dex entry number 194 Rotom. The Plasma Pokemon. Electric and Ghost type. This bizarre Pokemon appears to be a will-o'-the-wisp powered by electricity. Be wary, as Rotom is both smart and mischievous. But now there is a question. How are we going to change Rotom's forms for the Pokédex? Serena asks Ash, who says, you're right about that question. Rotom changes forms because of the modern appliances. We're in the past. How are we going to find them? As they are thinking, their thoughts are interrupted by some weird-looking Voltorbs on the way. Ash says, are those Voltorbs? They are the Hisuian Voltorbs. Serena gasps in awe. Voltorbs research tasks. Number caught. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of you've defeated with fire-type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use Spark. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've scared it off with a Scatterbang. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 192 Voltorb. Hisuian form. The Sphere Pokemon. Electric and Grass type. An enigmatic Pokemon that happens to bear a resemblance to a Pokeball. When excited, it discharges the electric current it has stored in its belly, then lets out a great, uproarious laugh. So it is also a grass type. I don't think that there is an electric and grass type combination. If you count Mo form Rotom, Ash says. But I see Melly up ahead, so this is where Lord of the Hollow is, Serena says. They walk forward to find Melly, and he says, welcome to Moonview Arena, the seat of Lord Electrode. I know I've not exactly been supportive of you reaching this place, but a part of me did hope you'd make it. Call me contradictory all you like, Galaxy grunts. But such is life. Embracing the complexity of both ourselves and the world can only help us grow. As a member of the Diamond Clan, my highest calling is to please Almighty Sinnoh. And right now, that means I must protect my lord by stopping you where you stand. Again. The four of them are not impressed with what Melly is doing. If you still wish to defeat me and gain entry to Electrode's seat, you and your little Pokemon are welcome to give it your best shot. Let's go, Skuntank. Give them another whiff of your silent deadliness. Ash goes with Gliscor to battle the Skuntank, and Gliscor gets poisoned by the attack, but Ash smirks as he knows that Gliscor has Poison Heal. But much to their surprise is that it even calls a Zubat and a Skorupi to battle. 3-on-1 is not fair, Serena says, but Ash stops her and says, "Don't worry about me, Serena. Bulldoze." Gliscor stomps on the ground and immediately knocks out the Skorupi, and then it goes for Aerial Ace to defeat Zubat. As for the final Skuntank, it goes for Earth Power, defeating it in the end. Ash says, "You really lose this time. Even if you try to defeat me and my Pokemon in an unfair advantage. Let's make one thing clear. I didn't lose. You may have won. But there's a difference," Melly says. "I just lacked air time. Yes, I'm afraid there simply wasn't enough time for me to raise my Pokemon nice and strong. That's why I have been telling you about time being a precious thing." Adaman frowns. Melly realizes what Adaman says, and he says, "My word, the Diamond Clan and Almighty Sinnoh truly are never-ending founts of wisdom." Now, Irida asks, Yes, I know what comes next. You want to know what pleases Lord Electrode so you can make some bombs for it," Melly says. "Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you." "Why not?" Serena asks. "Because I have completely forgotten what Electrode likes," Melly says. Ash, Serena, and Irida glare at the man in front of them, and he says, "What's the matter? Upset? Too bad anger doesn't make bombs." Adaman says, "You're really giving them the runaround, aren't you?" He turns to Ash and the others. "I guess it's my fault for not telling you in advance what Electrode likes. So here's the..." Melly realizes that Adaman also knows what Electrode likes, and he says, "Adaman." "What now?" Adaman is annoyed. "I could hear you just now, you know. Are you really going to tell these little noodles what they need to find? Just like that? Lest we all forget, you're the leader of the Diamond Clan. Why do you bother with these Galaxy louts and the leader of Pearl Clan? Use your eyes, Melly. Haven't you even looked at your frenzied lord?" Melly asks. "Don't you feel even a twinge at how it suffers, fighting to control the energy that's bursting out of it?" "I see nothing but a Pokemon overcome with joy at being among Almighty Sinnoh's chosen ones," Melly replies. "Anyway, it's not like trials and suffering are always cause for doom and gloom. These things exist to help us grow. I'm sorry, Melly. I can't write off these frenzies as some trial from Almighty Sinnoh." Adaman frowns. "That's why I'm doing the best I can to help out Ash and Serena here. This is bigger than what team or clan we belong to. Oh, and by the way, I wasn't just going to tell them that he needs crunchy salt. I was going to go right ahead and give it to them." "Adaman, you're a genius." Irida mutters. "Now it's time to make some bombs. So lend a hand. All of you," Adaman says. "Well, what my bro said." Ash smiles. "Fine, at the end of the day, let none say that the great Melly shirked his duties as warden. I'll help make your precious bombs." Melly frowns. After making a couple of the bombs, Melly says, "There, I made you a practically infinite supply of bombs, so chuck all you like at Electrode. But don't underestimate my lord's strength. I very much doubt the likes of you can quell it." Ash and Serena decide to ignore Melly's words in the end. Melly continues to say, "So even knowing you're doomed to fail, you still wish to pit yourself against Electrode?" "We're ready," Serena says. "Stop asking annoying questions. Hey. You've a great deal more pluck than you have sense, I'll give you that. A word of advice. Don't stop moving while you're battling Electrode, or you'll be dead in no time." Now Ash and Serena start to get worried, but they have signed for this and they can just hope they will survive. Ash and Serena walk into the Moonview Arena, as they look around to see that there is nothing but a big tree. Just then, several Voltorb falls off the trees and they turn around to look at them, before another giant ball falls off the tree and creates the shockwave to send Voltorbs flying. "So that's the Electrode," Ash says. Lord of the Hollow. Electrode growls and then it starts to glow white, meaning that it becomes frenzied. It starts to shoot out an electro ball, and Ash and Serena dodge the attack. But then, the attack also takes a spin and charges at them. What? Is that electro ball? Why is it chasing us? Serena asks. I don't know. Perhaps this field is magnetic, Ash says. And while throwing the bombs, they also notice the Voltorb from before are going for self-destruct, and they manage to take some hits by dodging those things. Are you crazy right now? Self-exploding Voltorbs and electro balls that are chasing after us? Ash asks while seeing some bruises on both his and Serena's skin. Melly wasn't kidding that this battle might kill us, Serena says. And then they also notice that the electrode is shaking, meaning it is going for explosion. Ash says, oh no. The big one is going to explode. We have to get as far away as we could, Serena says. But much to their horror, Electrode is trying to chase after them. It is until that it explodes that he stops, and Ash and Serena manage to dodge out of the way. Seeing Electrode being confused, Ash says, now it is our chance. Garchomp. I choose you. Garchomp roars and it goes for Flamethrower on Electrode, which is super effective. Serena says, it is a good thing that Garchomp is a dragon type. Or else that grass type advantage. Electrode uses a move that they haven't seen before, and Adamant says, that's Chloroblast. This battle sure is amusing. Melly says. They won't stand a chance against the Lord, though. If there is something happening to my sworn brother, I'll let you pay for it. Melly. Adamant threatens, which causes Melly to stop snickering. The same with my sworn sister. Urita also adds. After defeating the Electrode, they use the chance to throw the bombs at it, but much to their surprise, when Electrode gets back up, so does the fainted Voltorbs, and they are going for the Electro Balls with self-destruct. And much to their horror, Serena gets hit by the Electro Ball as she falls to the ground. Serena. Are you alright? Ash says. It is a good thing that our clothes are electrical proof. Serena says, but I think I'm a little paralyzed. This is not good. Ash says as he takes out a Pokeball. Magnezone, please help Serena. Magnezone nods as he uses the magnetic field to take Serena into the air, and Serena also uses the chance to throw some bombs at the Magnezone. Hey, that's cheating. Melly yells, but Adamant says, shut up, Melly. She is paralyzed. As for Ash, he is dodging the Electro Balls and the self-destruct. He also notices that the green ones go faster than the normal yellow ones. After dodging a while, they continue to attack Electrode until the last bomb is thrown. Let's go. Ash throws the bomb and Electrode's glow starts to fade. Electrode returns back to normal, and he rolls at them and asks Ash to take something on top of him. As this. The zap plate. Ash says and Pikachu repeats it again. A stone tablet imbued with the essence of electricity. But as he reads the words, he says, the third being raged, raining down bolts of anger. This causes him to wonder, third? Did this mean Giratina? Serena also floats back down as Ash has to help her stand. He asks, Serena, can you move? A little. The paralysis is about to get over thanks to these sherry berries, Serena says. After Electrode rolls away, Melly frowns, oh, for shame. What utter calamity. They turn to see him kneel and he mutters, I agreed to make those accursed bombs, yes. But now that Almighty Sinnoh's precious blessing has vanished forever. It's just so unbearably sad. Is that how you see it? Electrode looks relieved to me. Glad its sufferings ended, probably, Adamant says. Oh, come on, Adamant. Seriously. That's just your wishful thinking, nothing more. Melly says. All your preaching doesn't ruffle me one bit, but if Almighty Sinnoh grows angry with me because of this, I don't know what I'll do. Looks like I arrive, right on schedule. Just then, Ingo comes, and Urita asks, Ingo? What are you doing here? Yeah? Now what did you bother coming back for? Melly says with a rude tone, only to be elbow-smacked by Adamant. Only to say that I recalled some things after Ash and Serena did me the honor of traveling with me. Ingo says. Things to do with a world where I believed I lived before my memories were lost. Most people there caught Pokemon, lived with them, formed supportive partnerships with them. And then there were the Pokemon trainers. The ones we called Pokemon trainers were truly devoted to their craft. They always looked toward the next challenge and had Pokemon battles every chance they got, all to help themselves and their Pokemon grow. Through battle, trainers forged bonds of understanding with their Pokemon, and with their opponents and their Pokemon, too. With everything, I suppose. Am I right, Ash and Serena? That's true. Ash says, glad to see you still remember everything. If Pokemon and people work together, we can forge new paths forward. Serena adds. We'll be lost to history if we go on believing only Pokemon can be strong, or if we go on fearing them instead of understanding them. Interesting. Adaman says. I'd never have thought such a world could exist. Melly says, oh, once again, the brilliant Warden Melly has realized something rather clever. It's not just my Pokemon that need to be strong, it's me as well. The greater my valor and might, the more my Pokemon can reach their potential. I wonder if Almighty Sinnoh will be pleased once I've achieved exactly that? Maybe. Ash says. Hey, Adaman. Share with me again the wisdom of Almighty Sinnoh passed down among our clan, Melly says. All right. Open your ears, shut that big mouth, and listen well, my friend, Adaman says. Give not into sorrow. Give not into anger. Offer only friendship to those around you. Give not into sorrow. Give not into anger. Bring not Almighty Sinnoh to sorrow. For that is when time's flow will cease. And there you have it. Arita says, that's excellent. Bravo, please, all of you, do your best and run toward the destination, an even higher state. Ingo adds. Of course, your higher state is clear, Ash and Serena. It surely lies with the next Lord. Now, this time I really will make the complete return trip to Jubilife Village. Perhaps with someone like Ash and Serena to show that Pokemon need not be feared, the people of Hisui will find new tracks forward. Now begging your pardon, I owe Commander Kamado my report. Until next time, Ash and Serena. After that, he leaves them alone. Adaman says, can we find a way to honor our past while also forging a better future? Maybe that's what Almighty Sinnoh really wants from us. After all, it rules over all time. And it created everything there is. Be ready to shield your eyes, Galaxy grunts. Melly says. I'm going to polish up both myself and Electrode until our strength and brilliance are blinding. After heading back to the Highlands camp, they meet Professor Laventon and he says, oh, you quelled Lord Electrode? Splendid job as always. Let's be off to the village, then. Time to report to Commander Kamado. After getting back to Jubilife Village, they go to the Galaxy Hall to find Kamado. He says, HRRRM. So Warden Melly believes that the frenzies of these Pokemon are some sort of trials set by Almighty Sinnoh. We cannot know if that is the case or not, but it does beg the question. Why ever would this Almighty Sinnoh drive the nobles to frenzy? Is it angered by something? Or does it seek to drive a wedge between people and Pokemon? Well, far be it from us humans to fathom the thoughts of Pokemon. And what is that space-time rift, anyway? What caused it to open? Ash and Serena have no idea about that, and Kamado says, HRRRM. But you must be tired. Go on, then. To the Wallflower. Get some rest while you can. I've instructed Benny to prepare you his finest potato mochi. Will do, sir. Ash and Serena say in unison. And they also notice that Laventon and Akari are waiting for them, so they decide to eat together as Benny brings a lot of potato mochi. Dinner's on Kamado tonight. Eat your fill. After putting the plate and leaves, Laventon smells and says, what an enticing aroma. My appetite just went through the roof. Quite a change from the commander's usual preaching about tightening our belts until things grow more stable, Akari says. Well, I've heard talk that our progress surveying Pokemon has made gathering ingredients a less onerous, or at least less dangerous, task. Laventon says. It's almost like a fairy tale, isn't it? How you've fallen to us from the sky and gone on to help the people of Hisui so much? Akari asks. Indeed. Taking on such perilous duties has earned you a great deal of trust, Ash and Serena. Laventon says. It's like I always say. Behavior is a mirror that reflects one's true nature. You let your actions do the speaking for you, Ash and Serena, and the message is clear as day. It doesn't matter one whit where you came from. You're part of the Survey Corps in Jubilife Village now. Thanks. Ash and Serena say as they continue to talk a while about Pokemon. After that's over, They head back into their quarters to take their rest. Back at the Ether Foundation, everyone is already in Lucamine's office as they are going to talk about the murderers on the run. Lucamine says, it has been several months since Ash and Serena were killed and they were sent to the past by Arceus. And yet we still don't have a clue of where those murderers are. And since you guys are proved innocent, which we didn't spread the news wide enough for the world to know, we need to enact another plan to lure them out from hiding. Delia adds. What do you suggest? Professor Oak asks. We're going to draw them out of the hiding spot by spreading the news of Ash and Serena being alive, Delia says. But how are we going to prove that they're still alive? Go asks. He's in a lot of years since now. But we are able to contact them through these arc phones. Arceus is going to help us out in this as well. Lily says. We won't let them escape. Everyone nods as Lucamine and Delia start to form a plan for them. Ash and Serena are now in Jubilife Village with Adaman and Arita by their side, and they stop by the hair salon as Arezu needs help once more. No, that's not quite right. It just needs that little extra something. Oh, just the people I need. What's the matter, Arezu? Serena asks. I could use some help coming up with new hairstyles. I've hit a real wall here. A Pokemon would be great for inspiration, I bet. Right now I'm picturing. Yeah, Mistrevis. Mistrevis? Adaman asks. If I could study a Mistrevis up close, I'm sure I'd come up with some amazing new styles. If you manage to catch a Mistrevis, bring it here so I can have a look, Kay. We do have a Mistrevis with us, Ash says. After showing her the Pokemon, she says, you know, people are afraid of Mistrevis because of how it apparently wails at night. But getting a good look at it like this really gives me some fresh perspective. Look how it billows and sways and flows. She comes up with an idea and says, wait. That's it, that's what I'll do. Wow, I just thought up some charming hairstyles, and an enchanting new palette of colors. All thanks to you and Mistrevis here. Come by anytime and try out my new ideas for yourself. Then she comes up with some hairstyles like tied back, modern bowl cut, modern bob for females, sideswept, and fancy, and colors like clementine, turquoise, and violet. Ash and Serena manage to look at how she does haircuts with the other people in the village before continuing to do some requests. They decide to do another request, and they find Miller the farmer, and he says, nice to see y'all again, Mr. and Miss Survey Corps. You got great timin', as always. I want to make the fields even bigger, see, but there's some boulders sittin' right in the way. If you'd lend us a Pokemon that can smash 'em to pieces with Rock Smash, we'd be mighty grateful. We have a Machoke that can use Rock Smash, Serena says as she shows the Pokemon. Pokemon'll sure be a big help in expanding the fields. Might as well get started. After having Machoke smash the boulders, Miller is in awe and he says, Wowee! Pokemon pulverized those pesky boulders like they were yesterday's gravel. Now I'm all pumped up. Sit back, Ol' Miller's gonna make the fields bigger than ever. After some while, they manage to get a fourth farm field. He says, that was some fine work. Any crops we plant here'll do great, and it's all thanks to you three. We'll keep Pokemon here to help out with the field work a while longer. Just give it a holler if you want to swap in a different Pokemon to do some rock smashing. And the next request is from Choi, the shop owner, and he says, oh, it's my most valued customer. I was just hoping you'd come by. Let me guess, Dao Hua is not giving you goods again? Ash asks. Yes, it's the same business all over again. Dao Hua just refuses to supply any new goods to me. I suppose you must be wondering why he refuses anytime I try to deal with him directly. Well, let's just say he has his reasons. What kind of reasons? Serena asks, but Choi doesn't answer her question and he says, please speak to Dao Hua for me, would you? I imagine you'll have better luck if you bring him some crunchy salt as a gesture of goodwill. Perhaps 3 hunks, to be safe. Adaman, do you still have some crunchy salt? Ash asks. I do have some leftovers, we did make some for Electrode's bombs, Adaman says. Good. Ash nods. They get to the supply corps and find Dao Hua again, and he says, oh ho, if it isn't the Survey Corps recruits who quelled the Lord of the Isles. Has Choi sent you to do the negotiating for him again? Yeah. Ash and Serena say. You're looking a little perplexed. Wondering why this old man gets so stubborn over selling the shopkeeper a few things. Well, Maybe I'll tell you. If you bring me 3 hunks of crunchy salt first. We get some here. Ash says. Brought what I asked for already? No less than I expected of you. Wish I could persuade you to join my corps. He hands over the crunchy salt, and he says, ah, crunchy salt. The Coronet Highlands' finest feature. If you see it in the wild, don't pass it over as if it were just another rock. This translucent mineral's great for making a potent Pokemon lure. You've got to break it up with a hammer, then get the chunks in a mortar and crunch him right up. Grind him into a powder. Mix that powder with another ingredient and pack the mix together, and you'll get a crunchy cake that Pokemon love to munch on. He notices that the group of 4 is looking at him, and he coughs. Well, I can't send you back to Choi a failure, since you so kindly brought me this crunchy salt. Tell him I'll set him up with some new wares. But you still didn't tell us what happened between you and Choi, Rita asks. Well, that whelp made off with my dearest treasure. I'll never let him live it down, Dao Hua says in an angry tone. Ash and the group are a little scared as they decide to quickly find Choi and ask him about this. He says, we've got new goods in stock, thanks to you. But you seem troubled. Is something the matter? Dao Hua told us that you made off with his dearest treasure. What does he mean by that? Serena asks. That's one way to put it, but the story's not so simple. Please believe me for now that it's nothing you ought to worry about. Given what a fine customer you are, I imagine I'll end up giving you the full story at some point. In any case, we've got excellent new items on our shelves. Do buy some. After that, they get lead-in balls, wing balls, max potions, and bean cakes in the store, much to their delight. After getting back to Mount Coronet, they notice the space-time distortion at the Sacred Plaza, and they decide to head there. They get there just in time when the space-time distortion starts. You know. Even though I have already come inside it once, but this is still weird, Rita says. I know what you mean. Ash says as they spot a Jolteon. But I mean, different locations must have different Pokemon. Like that Jolteon over there. Yeah, we don't need to use our Thunderstone to get it, Serena adds. Jolteon's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use baby doll eyes. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you have seen it use Thunderbolt. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 10, 30, 70. Hisui Dex entry number 27 Jolteon. The lightning Pokemon. Electric type. Evolved from Eevee with Thunderstone. Bristles its fur into sharp, needle-like points when in rage. One can hear electricity crackle in its breath when it exhales. As they continue to walk, they are surprised to see that there are Cranidos and Shieldon in the distortion. Serena says, no way. These are the ancient Pokemon that lives through a lot of years. Yeah, to think we can find them here without reviving the fossils, Ash says. Cranidos research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of large specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use ancient power. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 208 Cranidos. The Headbutt Pokemon. Rock type. An incredibly rare sight. They duel each other by ramming their heads together, and the resulting sound echoes throughout the area like the pealing of a bell. Rampardos research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Iron Head. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Double Edge. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Head Smash. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15. Hisui Dex entry number 209 Rampardos. The Headbutt Pokemon. Rock type. Evolved from Cranidos at LV. 30. Very little is known about its biology. Can knock down massive trees by smashing its beautiful, pearl-like crown against them. Shieldon's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of heavy specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use ancient power. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 210 Shieldon. The Shield Pokemon. Rock and Steel type. Much remains unknown about this Pokemon, as few have ever seen it. However, we know that it is calm and dislikes conflict, and it enjoys polishing its face against trees and rocks. Bastiodon's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 times you have seen it use Iron Defense. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Earth Power. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Stealth Rock. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an Agile style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15. Hisui Dex entry number 211 Bastiodon. The Shield Pokemon. Rock and Steel type. Evolved from Shieldon at LV. 30. Its face is sturdy, as strong as diamond, and this hardness offers a very stable defense. Much about this species is still unknown, such as its natural habitat. Just now we have 2 new rock-type Pokemon, Serena says, and look what I've found. A Magmarizer. We can use it to evolve Magmar, Ash says, nice find. Magmortar's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Fire Punch. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Flamethrower. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Fire Blast. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 10, 30, 70. Hisui Dex entry number 176 Magmortar. The Blast Pokemon. Fire type. Evolved from Magmar with Magmarizer. Use of a strange item caused this Pokemon to evolve. Fireballs launched from the ends of its tube-like arms are hot enough to melt an iron pot in an instant. And much to their surprise, a shadow quickly rushes to Ash, causing him to fall to the ground. The shadow is no other than Rowlet, Ash's own Rowlet. Rowlet? Is that you? Rowlet coos, and Serena says, Ash, you have a Rowlet as well? Yeah. Ash says as the space-time distortion also ends. How are you doing, Rowlet? I thought you were with Professor Kukui. Rowlet then falls asleep for a little and he frowns, something hasn't changed. Ash decides to wake him up by showing his own Decidueye, which works as now Rowlet is fired up to see such an evolution. After that, he is recalled into the Pokeball since they don't have backpacks to let him rest. And then they decide to check out the Boulder Roll Ravine, and they find an Alpha Golem there. Ash says, Alpha Golem looks really strong. But we can do this, Serena adds as they work on the Pokédex. Golem's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of you've defeated with steel-type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Stealth Rock. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Double Edge. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15. Hisui Dex entry number 48 Golem. The Megaton Pokemon. Rock and Ground type. Evolved from Graveler with linking cord. The rock-like shell is shed each year. The cast-off shell then crumbles, reverting to a mass of soil, which can be spread across fields to promote crop growth. Ash and the gang also go to the photography studio, and Daguerreau says, you know, I showed that photo of Duskull to the children in the village, and they all shrieked with delight. Thanks again for helping me out with it. No problem, Ash says. In fact, I'd like to ask your help once again, if I might. Would you take a look at this? Daguerreau shows another picture that seems to be in the Crimson Mirelands. They can see 2 leaves on the bottom of a Pokemon's head which is cut off. At first it looks like a perfectly normal landscape shot, wouldn't you say? But take a closer look, and you start to notice something odd about the pair of leaves there in the foreground of the image. That conspicuous pair of leaves, popping into the frame like that. I'm inclined to think they could be part of some Pokemon, but I've got no proof, you see. If you know of a Pokemon with such leaves, would you show me? To compare with the photo? We already have one, Ash says as they head inside the studio. They show the Turtwig to Daguerreau, And he says, yes. The pair of leaves on its head. That's it. I knew the photo had captured a Pokemon. Now I'm fired up to take a proper shot of it, to commemorate this little discovery. After taking a photo of Turtwig, he says, this has been such a learning experience for me. I've been able to hone my eye as a photographer thanks to these little puzzles, for sure. But I still want to see and photograph even more different Pokemon. If you're open to it, I certainly hope you'll keep bringing your Pokemon by to take many more photographs here. In the end, they get the new sunset filter if they want to take a photo, much to their delight. Then they also find Anthe from the clothes store, and she says, if I may, would it please you if I expanded the variety of clothes I carry? You bet. Serena says. But why? To seek new clothing is the true calling of any fashion-conscious person, after all. But I need some inspiration to come up with new designs. I'd like to see the Pokemon Wormadam. We have Wormadam with us. Ash says as he shows all 3 forms of Wormadam. So this is what's known as a plant cloak. It has become one with the abundance nature of Hisui. She looks at the sand cloak form next. So this is what's known as a sandy cloak. The way the sand wraps around Wormadam, it's as if the very earth is giving it a loving hug. And then the trash form. So this is what's known as a trash cloak. It's living proof that there is truth to the saying, one person's trash is another's treasure. I never knew Pokemon were capable of such things. Then she comes up with the idea and works on it. After it's done, she says, yes, I've got it. I would be very pleased if you would have a look at the latest additions to my clothier. The clothes that she makes are patterned kimono with vertical stripes, karakusa, camouflage, and plaid. They look at the clothes and then continue to do their requests. They also find a man named Ward close to the bridge, and he sighs, what am I going to do? At this rate, I'll make a real fool of myself in front of Conlon. After asking the problem, Ward says, oh, hello. You're 2 of those kids from the Survey Corps, right? Oh. You might actually be just the people I need to help me out with a little research. What kind of research? Serena asks. My boy Conlon and I are planning to head to Prelude Beach at night to try and find the ghosts that are rumored to haunt the place. But ghosts scare the daylights out of me. My son? Yup, he's terrified of him. Then why are you still going, then? Adaman asks. You'd think we could just not go, and call it a day. But no, I'm afraid his little heart's set on this. But, you know. A fella can't stay scared of ghosts forever, right? It's just too tragic. For my boy, I mean. So maybe if I study up on ghosts, I can find a way to help my boy conquer his fears. If you've got any research data on spooky Pokemon, Ghastly would be a good one. I'd be mighty grateful if you'd share it with me. We already have Ghastly's data, Ash says as he shows the Pokédex. Mushrooms, Well, I'll be. It says here that Ghastly likes to eat mushrooms, of all things. Not that that's a bad thing, mind. It's just a lot more tame than I was expecting. And here I was thinking that ghosts love nothing more than to snack on unsuspecting humans. You know, it's funny. I'm actually rather partial to a nice mushroom stew myself. Maybe Ghastly aren't so. Ghastly after all. Hey, Dad. Whatcha doin' there? They turn to see Conlon standing in front of them. Conlon. You talking 'bout work again? Don't forget you gotta take a day off tomorrow. You promised you'd take me to see the ghosties at Prelude Beach, remember? Conlon asks. Oh, of course you old dad remembers, kiddo. And I'd never let work get in the way of our ghost hunt. I'm really looking forward to it, Ward says. Yai. I'm gonna catch a ghostie and show it to all my friends, bye. After that, he runs off. Ash and the others look at Ward, who says, you know, he was just putting on a brave face because you were here. Why do I think it is the other way around? Serena mutters. Anyway, I owe you one, kid. I get the feeling my boy will be just fine tomorrow. Then he gives them a linking cord, much to their surprise since they aren't sure what are they going to use with it. Back in the Coronet Highlands, Ash and Serena find a Ginkgo Guild member named Esham at the Lonely Spring, and she says, you're part of the Galaxy team. I've been waiting. I came here since I heard you all were planning to set up a camp. Really? That will be nice. Serena says. But it seems not much progress has been made, since that Bronzor is getting in the way. It's not belligerent, but it seems like it wants something, so we can't just ignore it either. Please, do you think you could find out what it is Bronzor wants? Sure, we can help you out. Ash and Serena nod as they find the Bronzor. It points in the direction on the other side of the stream, so they decide to swim there with Basculegion's help and see what's going on. They find another Bronzor who doesn't seem to be happy. Esham says, "What in that Bronzor? It's wounded. This is no good at all. Here, I'll fix it right up." Since she is a Ginkgo guild member, she has a lot of healing items and she quickly helps the Bronzor. After Bronzor is healed, she says, "There, that should do it. Bronzor should be fit as a fiddle now." Bronzor is happy that it is healed, and the other Bronzor is happy for its friend. Seems the Bronzor at the new campsite was looking for its friend this whole time. I'm glad you looked into it. Otherwise, we may have been too late to treat this Bronzor. This land is dangerous, even for the Pokémon that call it their home. It may be wise to be extra prepared as you explore the area. I'll be sure to keep a fine lineup of wares stocked for you, so please buy anything that you need. As they head back to the place, they notice the base camp and Esham says, "Ah, and it seems the base camp has been all set up while we were talking. In which case, I should get settled in as well. So long." After she leaves, they decide to walk towards the top of Ancient Quarry. They start by the mountain camp and head west, and they find a lot of Pokémon on the Iron-Made Road. "That Steelix is very strong looking," Ash comments. "Yeah, it is an alpha Pokémon after all," Serena adds. Steelix's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of you've defeated with fire-type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Stealth Rock. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Iron Tail. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of different forms you've obtained. 2. Hisui Dex entry number 119 Steelix. The Iron Snake Pokémon. Steel and Ground type. Evolved from Onyx with Metal Coat. This Pokémon evolved through use of a strange item. Its body is coated with steel powder and notably hard. Not even diamond can leave so much as a scratch. And there are also some Raiden here, Arita says. "Yeah. At least they are not chasing after me," Serena sighs. Rhydon's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number defeated. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of you've defeated with water-type moves. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 times you have seen it use Rock Slide. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Double Edge. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 number of different forms you've obtained. 2. Hisui Dex entry number 121 Raiden. The Drill Pokémon. Ground and Rock type. Rapidly rotates its horn to bore through bedrock. It swaggers around volcanic regions, protected from the lava's heat by its tough, armor-like hide. They also spot some Chimecho around the area, which is very surprising since it is a Psychic-type Pokémon. Chimecho's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of light specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you have seen it use Ominous Wind. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Extrasensory. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use an Agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 investigated a Chimecho settled in a human home. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 196 Chimecho. The Wind Chime Pokémon. Psychic type. Evolved from Chingling with high friendship during nighttime. Can emit waves of air powerful enough to knock out prey taller than itself. I hypothesize that it amplifies the faint sound of wind within its body. Now we're at the top of Ancient Quarry. Arita says after turning the path up the hill, and they are surprised to see that not only there are Toxicroaks, Goomies, Sligoos, and even an Alpha Gudra there. "Look at that shell on Gudra's back, Ash," Serena says. I have never seen a Goodra like that before. Me neither. I really miss my old Goodra. Ash frowns. Goodra's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number of you've defeated with fighting type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Dragon Pulse. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Shelter. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 10, 30, 70. Hisui Dex entry number 117 Goodra. Hisuian form. The Shell Bunker Pokemon. Dragon and Steel type. Evolved from Sliggoo at LV 50 during the rain. Able to freely control the hardness of its metallic shell. It loathes solitude and is extremely clingy. It will fume and run riot if those dearest to it ever leave its side. When Ash and the group are back at the Sacred Plaza, they find Chingling and Chimecho, along with an Alpha Rhyperior and Raiden. Ash says, even a wild Rhyperior, just think about how powerful it is. Yeah, and we have to stay alive from their attacks as well. Serena adds after dodging the rock slide from Rhyperior. But Chingling goes for hypnosis and Serena dodges the attack. Not today. I don't want to take a hit while falling asleep. That will be dangerous. Chingling's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 number of light specimens caught. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 10, 15 times you have seen it use Confusion. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've given it food. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 times you've scared it off with a Scatterbang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 number you've evolved. 1. Hisui Dex entry number 195 Chingling. The Bell Pokemon. Psychic type. This Pokemon gave me an excruciating headache when it seemingly cried out without making a sound. Perhaps there are some sounds that the human ear is simply incapable of hearing. Rhyperior's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of alpha specimens caught. 1, 2, 3 number defeated. 1, 2, 4, 6, 10 number of you've defeated with Ice-type moves. 1, 2, 3 times you have seen it use Rock Slide. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Double Edge. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you've stunned it by using items. 1, 2, 3 number of different forms you've obtained. 2. Hisui Dex entry number 122 Rhyperior. The Drill Pokemon. Ground and Rock type. Evolved from Raiden with Protector. This Pokemon evolved through use of a curious item. Its rock-like hide is composed of a mysterious substance and can withstand a blow from a masterwork sword with nary a scratch. They also find a leaf stone with the help of Ursaluna, and much to their surprise, a wild Voltorb just rolls on it and it starts to evolve. Ash says, wait a second. Voltorb evolves into Electrode. By a leaf stone? I always thought that we should level it up, or using a Thunderstone. Serena says. But now we need to catch that Electrode. Electrode's research tasks. Number caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times you have seen it use Thunder. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Chloroblast. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40 times you have seen it use Self-Destruct. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 193 Electrode. Hisuian form. The Sphere Pokemon. Electric and Grass type. Evolved from Voltorb with Leaf Stone. The tissue on the surface of its body is curiously similar in composition to an apricorn. When irritated, this Pokemon lets loose an electric current equal to 20 lightning bolts. Well, Mount Coronet sure is really big. It's a good thing we got Sneasler to help us out, Arita says. Indeed, and you seem to really get a lot of Pokemon. I mean, Just look at the deck's numbers, you're going to get into 200, Adaman says. It sure is a lot. I mean, in our own timeline, there are only a number of 151 and some of them are not included, Ash says while Serena nods. Back in Jubilife Village, they go to Professor's place and look at the request board. Ash says, a report has been filed concerning a sighting of a mysterious Pokemon. Ah, jolly good choice there, Ash and Serena. I see you've taken on that request I posted. Laventon says. Ash asks, you? Right on the request board? Let me fill you in right away then. I was strolling along Prelude Beach the other day when I saw something swimming a little way out from the shore. Rather regrettably, it disappeared before I could snap a picture, but I can only assume this mysterious swimmer was some sort of Pokemon. From the way it swam, it seemed to be drifting on the ocean currents. Now, if I'm not mistaken, from the seas behind Jubilife that would take it all the way to the Cobalt Coastlands. This rather leaves me wondering if the Pokemon was headed there for some specific purpose. Given the circumstances, I was thinking that if we spoke with the good Warden Iscan of the Diamond Clan, we might learn more. I can call him here if you want, Adaman says. I have a special way to contact with the Wardens of the Diamond Clan. After a while, Iscan comes to the lab and he says, I got your message, Adaman, Professor Laventon. So, you're looking for a Pokemon that was swimming towards the Cobalt Coastlands, yes. Well, I'm very sorry, but I can't tell you much based on that alone. But well, there is one thing I can tell you. I've heard that long ago, the Cobalt Coastlands was known as the East Sea, and a princely Pokemon was said to live in the waters there. Princely? Ash gasps a little as he has the slightest idea of what he is talking about. The story of this princely Pokemon can be found in a tome called The Sea's Legend, but no one knows much about either the tome or its tale, beyond what I've just told you. So that's all I know. I guess I wasn't much help after all. Sorry about that. I'll just take my leave here then. It's fine, Iscan. Thank you for your opinions, Adaman says. After Iscan leaves, Ash says, if what Iscan said about the sea legend is true, then maybe I know about this Pokemon. What do you mean? Rita asks. Manaphy. That's the Pokemon's name, Ash says. We like to call that a mythical Pokemon since it is rare to find. I'll tell you the rest once we get to Cobalt Coastlands. As they get to the Cobalt Coastlands, Ash continues the story. I met one that was hatched from an egg, but he imprinted one of those people who killed us as a mother. Serena says, really? I never knew that. But then again, we are a lot of years away from our world's timeline, so we won't be able to catch that same Manaphy, right? Maybe the Manaphy we are catching right now might be the ancestor of that one that imprinted May as his mother, Ash says. I don't know. So how are we going to find that Manaphy? Is there some way to know? Adaman asks. I don't know, Ash says, but maybe we can find something in the area? And as they split up and search, Ash is now in a cave between the Tranquility Cove and Seagrass Haven. He finds some words and he gasps, looks like this is it. He reads the ancient text and realizes that he needs to have Buizel, Mantike, and Overquill in his party, and go to the structure of the rocks close to the Sand's Reach in the evening. After telling them the news, they manage to do what Ash has told and go there by evening. And much to their surprise, they hear a cry and boulders shifting from a distance. What was that? Serena asks. Perhaps the Manaphy that you two are talking about, Rita asks. And I also heard the sounds of rocks moving, Adaman adds. As they search around, they finally find a hidden entrance at the Seagrass Haven. Once they enter, they are surprised to see a Manaphy and 3 Fionae. Manaphy says, Papa. Ash and Serena flinch a little as Manaphy jumps into Ash's arms, and Adaman says, so this is a Manaphy. It looks cute. But are those Manaphy as well? Rita asks. No, they are Fionae. Ash says, they are much different than Manaphy. Just then, the ARC phone beeps again and they find a text from Arceus. This Manaphy is the same Manaphy from your world. He learns what that person who hatched him do to you and he was angry. Take good care of him as his new parents. Ash says, wait, so you were the same Manaphy that we met in Samaya? The one who treats May as Mama? She's no Mama. Mama is here, Manaphy yells as she jumps to Serena, causing her to be shocked. What? Fionae and I here to find Mama and Papa. Manaphy says as the three Fiona also nod. Ash says, okay. This is getting a little weird. Definitely. Adaman says. Looks like it treats you two as his parents. Then Ash and Serena decide to capture them and they also record the two Pokemon species for the professor. Fiona's research tasks. Number caught. 1. Times you have seen it use water pulse. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Zen headbutt. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25. Hisui Dex entry number 239 Fiona. The Sea Drifter Pokemon. Water type. Can be seen floating offshore during seasons when the seas are warm. Its azure body blends in with the ocean waters. Logic suggests this is a defense mechanism against natural predators. Manaphy's research tasks. Number caught. 1 times you have seen it use Moonblast. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you have seen it use Take Heart. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use a strong style move. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25 times you've seen it use an agile style move. 1, 3, 8, 20, 40. Hisui Dex entry number 240 Manaphy. The Seafaring Pokemon. Water type. Rumored to migrate across the oceans and visit Hisui's coastal waters only rarely. Although Manaphy resembles Fiona, it is also quite different. The relation between the two is unclear. I forgot to mention that Manaphy also has the ability to change the hearts of two people. Ash says to Adaman and Arita. What do you mean by that? Adaman asks. Let's say that when he was kidnapped by some bandits, it manages to escape by having those two bandits change their hearts. Ash says. It tried switching hearts with me and another person before. Let's just say that if it uses the move on me and Serena, we might be having my body but Serena's mind, and Serena's body with my mind. I don't think I want to try that out. Serena sweat drops. I mean, it sounds horrifying. After getting back to the beachside camp, they find Professor Laventon and he says, I see you've caught our mysterious swimmer. So it was Manaphy all along. It seems Manaphy here is a migratory Pokemon, drifting to and fro across the seas since long ago. At least, that's what it says in the Sea's Legend. I had a jolly hard time getting hold of this tome. But it seems it was worth it in the end. I agree. Ash says with a smile. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please let me know your thoughts and reviews in the comment box. Now I will see you in the next video.